back in a 3-foot section and then a 2-foot section. So this first step is 3 feet, and then the second step over that larger addition on the side with the shed roof is another 2 feet. And that's it.
So it looks like you've had quite a challenge there, just because it's so massive, and I think you've done a great job in breaking it up, but still it looks even, I mean, you're adding to something that was already a massive addition. And so I'm not quite sure what to say, because it feels so out of scale with what appears to be the original house. So I'm not quite sure what you can do about that. I'd be curious to hear what some of our architects might think.
Commissioners?
Is Jessica or any of the Chris's there that can speak to this? Because I mean, I truly believe that, Heather, you've done a great job. It's just that you were given what seems like an almost impossible task. And so from the original edition, a lot of the distinctive characteristics have been lost, you know, and I know that you're trying to bring them back, but it just feels even more massive. Mm-hmm. Jessica, Chris Murin, Chris Barth, any thoughts?
I think Jessica's joining a little late.
Maybe I missed when the addition was previously approved, but I'd be concerned that as the addition exists currently, it would have even been approved under the current guidelines. You know, it appears to be a pretty massive addition, and the one good thing that the existing plan has is it, you know, still kept the horizontal expression of the existing house. It broke up the facade a little bit, and I think adding an additional mass on the top sort of even further detaches you from the original language of the house, unfortunately. So
yeah, Chris, I think Heather said that this was done over 15. I'm sorry,
Michelle.
Sorry, Michelle. Michelle said that this was done over 15 years ago.
Yeah, I think it was maybe 2005 or 2002, somewhere in that area.
So yeah, I mean, even increasing the ridge height by a little bit. I mean, this ridge is already, as an addition, far exceeds, you know, what we might sort of consider these days. So that just sort of concerns me.
What about you, Chris Murin? Any thoughts on this design and what Michelle's doing? Any direction you can give? He's not on yet.
He's running a little late.
He's running a little late.
I will share just from the staff perspective.
Mm-hmm.
What you all have said was in line with the advice given to both the homeowner and the applicant.
Please. Yeah.
Everything's been consistent with what staff has shared as well.
Okay.
So that's why, you know, I'm limited.
Yeah.
And why, you know, I highly recommended a workshop prior to moving forward with
Right.
the full application. So if there's any other information you want to share.
Unfortunately, there's already a massive addition, and now we're trying to add more on top of it. And, you know, we've said before, SHPO says that even additions become a part of the story of the house. But this one is just, I mean, to me, it's like the house was speaking Spanish and the addition came in speaking Russian. And we're somehow trying to split the difference with yet another addition. And I really don't know.
Right.
I mean, I think that you've done really well, Michelle, in terms of the open gables that you brought and breaking it up, but still you're adding mass to it.
Sure. I mean, that's absolutely true. That's what an addition is. So I understand that.
Anybody else? PJ? Is PJ on?
PJ, are you on? Or Krista Lineberger, are you guys on? Krista's on?
I'm here.
Chris,
I think
PJ, yeah, PJ and Krista, any feedback from you guys?
the challenge here is the addition as it stands today is already, massive. And, by increasing the camelback or, adding more square footage to the addition on the top, it just makes the addition even more overpowering to what was once the original house.
Krista? I'm going to do a round robin with our commissioners. So Krista Lineberger, are you there? Okay, while we wait for Krista, I'll kick it over to Jim Hayden. Jim?
It just seems to me as if what was once a fairly simple, straightforward house got pretty complex, but certainly much bigger the first time. Now it's getting even more complex, and there's a lot more architectural detail and expression, things like brackets and stuff like that, that don't necessarily seem to show up in some of the existing imagery. It just seems like it's gotten way too complicated to try to solve this. I'm not sure there's another way to do it, but this just seems a little too much for me.
Okay. Let's see. Do we have Jill? Jill, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
What are your thoughts, Jill?
Yeah, other than what's been said already, I see the challenge that the architect was faced with, but I do agree that this does seem more than over the top, given the strain that the original addition already placed on the structure.
I wish we could be more helpful to you, Michelle. Well, I think we are being helpful, just not in the way that maybe suits the client. Do you have any other questions of us, or?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that you've given me the feedback that we were really looking for, of whether or not this was a viable project to try to bring through HDC. And it sounds like it's really not. If that's how I understand. Not necessarily this design, but to be able to bring any addition to the front of this house doesn't seem like a logical or viable project.
No, I think unfortunately what was done, albeit 15 years ago, kind of ties your hands.
And so I think that if my client was here, she would ask, what options does she have as the owner of this house in a historic district? Does she have any other options?
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. How do I?
The option would be maybe to rework the existing addition and not bring it forward on the house. There's also probably room to rework the addition to the rear. But as far as adding height to the existing addition and mass further forward on the house, I think that's the direction that the commission and staff is both seeing as not in compliance with the guidelines.
And it's just difficult because, our guidelines today say that we should be able to distinguish the original house and the addition. And part of the original house is just gobbled up by the addition. So even going back further back in the rear just seems, you all have your work cut out for you. I don't envy you, but I'm sure you're talented and can make it happen.
Thank you. Well, thank you for all of your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Michelle, for coming, and thank you for your patience as we work through our technical issues. I think we're going to move on next to Robbie Johnson. Robbie, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome. I have your images that you shared, but I also added in a couple to help the commission understand what the streetscape is doing and what the property line looks like, since
Okay.
814 and 820 share a property line. So I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of introduce the project and then talk through your concept.
Okay, thank you very much. All right,
Thanks.
I'm Robbie Johnson with Robert Johnson Architects, and I have my client here with me, Jill Willock, to kind of go through this and help answer any questions that you have. The original animal hospital, Dilworth Animal Hospital on the right, as you guys will remember, burned last November and is destroyed. So we're going to have to tear it down and rebuild. My client has purchased the house on the left, which is 820, and we are in the process of renovating that, getting close to being finished, and that's going to be the new Dilworth Animal Hospital. So our plans would be to take the house to the right when we tear it down and add an addition back to the 820 facility, which, Christy, if you'll pull up the images that I sent you. This is the first image that we have drawn up for the addition. So the house on the left is the existing one that we're renovating at this point right now as the hospital. And what we would like to do is create a connector piece, which in this case would be a glass connector piece, and build a new building on the right-hand side, which is a little more on the contemporary modern version of it, but use elements of the existing Dilworth house, like the windows and possibly roof and elements like that. Do you have the site plan that I sent, Christy? So this site plan shows the existing, which is on the left, 1903 per floor. Our plans would be to create a space on the right-hand side of about 1740 per floor. We would have two connection points as shown on that plan from the existing building, one on the lower, one on the upper, and those are dictated by exactly where windows are or connection points, really the only connection points that we have in that space. We would like to screen some parking that we have there on the side, and we would use, leave the existing trees and stuff in the front that everyone that we possibly can leave, we would leave there and be left with the exception of maybe one smaller tree. Screen that, create a little porch element, as you see the little niche there to kind of give that Dilworth porch element, but stay a little more modern on the addition so that we don't compete with the existing house. And that's where we are on this at this point, and we'd love to get your comments on it.
Okay, thanks, Robbie. I know 820 very well. It used to be JTA Talent Agency, and I'm so excited to see what's happening with that building and all the love that it's getting. My initial thoughts, and we'll kick it over again to some of the architects on the board, but my initial thought is whether or not, I'm curious about whether you've tried to create some kind of connector towards the back of the buildings, because it seems as though the two buildings with the connector up front makes it seem, even though it's clear, pretty massive, like a wall. That is my initial thought. I'll kick it over to some of our architects to see if they can speak to the building science of it and give you feedback that way. Chris, Jessica, Krista, anyone?
I don't have as much problem with this is Chris Barth, by the way. I don't have as much problem with the glass connector. I think it's a good solution for how to lightly touch the existing building and provide some sort of differentiation between the two. The addition, I feel, just doesn't really jive with me as far as the overall context of the streetscape as well as the architecture that we see on that block of East Boulevard. seems a little commercial to me, whereas most of everything on that streetscape is, modified residential. So I think I'd probably like to see that translated into the addition. I don't know. That was my main sort of takeaway from looking at these drawings.
Okay, well, one thing I can point out is the building to the left of us and the building to the right of us, both are double lot buildings, which are more massive and more commercial in nature than they are residential. Especially the one to the right is basically a two-story brick building that is 100% commercial as opposed to any residential. And the one to the left is a massive two-story residential. I don't know if Christy has any of those pictures or not, but they are double lot buildings, as you can kind of see in this image here, especially the one to the right. But they are very massive.
Anyone
Any
else? Sorry.
Go ahead. Is there any thoughts after seeing that image with the two buildings?
I'm having a hard time hearing. We're having a little difficulty hearing you, Robbie, but while we try and figure this out, PJ, what are your thoughts?
Hi. My thoughts are if we're treating it as an addition to the original house that suffered fire damage, it doesn't really meet our guidelines because it's obvious it is tremendously wider than the original structure. So I guess my question to Mr. Brooks is, are you treating the whole complex as new construction, or are you treating this as an addition to a historic building?
Yeah.
How are the guidelines different?
What are the difference in guidelines there? We would be treating this as an addition to the existing building.
And I think that may be problematic because one of the key guidelines is the addition shouldn't overwhelm the original house. It shouldn't be any taller or wider than the original house. And essentially what you're doing is you're creating an addition that's, I'm making a percentage up, 60% wider than the original house.
No, I think it's really not. It's actually probably a little less narrow than the original house. It is not wider. It's not wider than the original house.
Let me tag. PJ, I just want to tag in on what you were saying. 7.2, guideline 7.2, number 1 for additions. Attempt to locate the addition. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Keep going. It should not be visible from the street. And that is pretty visible from the street.
So this is Christy. Hi, I think what I went on a site visit about a week ago, maybe a little longer. And the intent, I believe, is to build back new construction, but also connect it with a light touch, or at least that was staff's recommendation, that even though technically it is an addition with the connector, it is essentially new construction on the Dilworth Animal site, the former Dilworth Animal Hospital site. So I think the feedback from the commission is pretty consistent with that.
Sure. And does it not change the directional expression? You know what? Let me kick it over to Jill Walker. Jill?
Yeah. The placement.
Go ahead.
I just had a question about the placement of the parking on the side of this new addition, whether that is compatible with historic guidelines. It seems like a portion of that parking is in front of the structure. I don't know for sure if that's.
So that's excellent point, Jill. There's slight flexibility on commercial corridors like this, but I do share the concern with how far forward the parking comes.
Okay, Commissioner Marin? Chris?
Hey, so I think I definitely understand the problem and what's being talked about with the neighbors, but I think with these two buildings now becoming one, I think it loses that rhythm and what the East Boulevard has in the difference of business. So even though that the neighbors are huge, doesn't mean that this site should be huge, in my opinion. I think that bringing these two buildings together and the addition and trying to get that big space, to me, it's ruining the rhythm of the street that's been established. And if we start doing this and every two single buildings become a big building all the way through this corridor, it's going to completely change what we know and see on East Boulevard. So I definitely respect where you're coming from with the design, but I don't think looking towards the neighbors and see what they did is the best way of doing this. Because just looking across the East Boulevard at 821, 827, and 833, that's the rhythm that was originally closer to what these buildings are doing. So it's my opinion that I think we're losing some of that.
Okay, thank you, Chris Marin. Chris Barth?
Also piggybacking on what Chris just said, as well as Christy, I don't think that we want to because the building to the right is commercial, it is huge. That's not something that we want to try and replicate. We're trying to replicate the historical context, not the things that have been built in the recent history. And the two things I want to mention is, I think the touch to the existing building could be a little bit lighter. I think Jill brought up the vertical expression seems a little bit in contrast to what we see typically in the streetscape. As well, I think we have, it looks like metal roof shown on this too, and I'm pretty sure that would not fly with our guidelines. So that's all I have.
Okay. All right, thanks, Chris Barth. All right, Robbie, any other questions of the commissioners?
I don't think so at this moment. I'm going to take a look at what made notes of all the comments, take a look at that. Christy, I may get in touch with you to discuss some of these in a little more detail. And Jill has a question, my client.
If I can ask, I'm a little confused, and maybe it's just because I don't get it. Are you saying that we could connect the buildings, but you don't like the expression or the look of the building? Or are you saying that you don't like the connector? That's what I'm trying to follow. I'm sorry.
So no, it's not a matter of liking it or not, but our guidelines speak to the directional expression of the building, which is changed by the addition. It speaks to additions not being visible from the street, which that is. It speaks to increasing the mass, which that does. So it's not about not liking it, it's about it not adhering to our guidelines.
If it is a replacement building that bridges to the other building, then it's not an addition?
It is serving as, no, right now it's serving as an addition.
So any connector to the old building is an addition?
I believe so. Christy, do you want to speak to that?
I didn't hear what she said.
I'm sorry, what is your name?
Jill.
Jill. Okay, Jill wants to know if any connector from the old to the new building would be considered an addition.
I don't believe so.
Christy says she doesn't believe so. Here up front, we've told you that because it's so present, Jill, because it creates a bit of a wall along East Boulevard, which breaks up the rhythm of how the buildings are presented as you go down that corridor. Chris Mern, I think, has something that he wants to add that might be helpful for you.
Hey, I didn't know my hand up was working on that side. For me, it's where is the existing foundation versus where you're proposing it in this elevation. I don't think that you're going within 10, 20 feet, maybe 20 feet, but the existing foundations are completely changed with this building on the right that we're looking at.
I see. So
Which is just points to the rhythm that we were talking about earlier of the street.
So 814 was actually set further forward than 820, like that Burns building is. But because that whole front porch has been enclosed since, I don't know, I bought it in 2007, it was enclosed then. But the whole building does set forward. I think Robbie was trying to match that, but we're fine to set it back to be at the same line as Lady Grace, which is what we call 820, sorry.
Okay.
Lady Grace is fine. I think the tie-ins, we've got a set of historic original stairs that are on that wall, and we're trying to get in front of them. I don't want to interrupt. See the openings on the far sides, I have the original staircases in Lady Grace now, and I'm trying to straddle it because I don't want to interrupt it. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. I think what maybe if I could, this is Christy, I think if I could maybe explain what I think I'm interpreting from the commission is that the ultimate goal is that the new building to replace the burnt building should be a building in and of itself. That if, the connector should be a very light touch at the rear, and that if this building changes use or hands down the road, that if the connector is removed, the buildings can both function separately. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. Yes. And we have one more commissioner who wants to talk to you, Jill Walker.
Sure.
I apologize. I should have taken my phone down.
So nothing to add, Commissioner Walker? You're good, Commissioner Walker?
Yes, I'm good. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. So I think really we can, I'm sorry, I'm hearing myself and that's troublesome. I think Christy's giving some good feedback to you about what the commission is telling you about this application. Do you have any additional questions, either Mr. Johnson or Jill?
I don't think I do at this time. I think we're good. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Goodbye.
Okay, thank you commissioners for your feedback to both workshop applicants or attendees for the pre-application meeting. I have, before we get started with the actual agenda, I have a few very important announcements that I would like to be sure we get to before we, if we were to lose quorum or what have you during the meeting. First of all, I would like to announce that we do have a new commissioner that is filling John Ferris's old seat. He was appointed, I believe, at the September 28th meeting of City Council. His name is Phil Goodwin. He is a contractor and business owner. He owns Goodwin Classic Homes. He does a lot of work in the Myers Park area, and I believe he even did work on fellow Commissioner Jim Jordan's house, which, is a huge neoclassical house at the corner of Hermitage Road and Hermitage Court. We're really excited to welcome Phil. He's not joining us today because, as all of you new commissioners know, he needs to be sworn in and he needs to finish an orientation with me, but we are hoping that he will be ready to go on November 18th. That leads me to another announcement about a commissioner. And it's good news. I'm happy to share that Jim and Mary Jordan, Mary had a healthy baby girl last Wednesday, maybe the 10th or the 7th of the 7th. Is that last Wednesday? Yes, a week ago today. She's 1 week old and her name is Elizabeth Mary Genevieve. And we're just so thrilled to welcome her. And that brings me to my next highlight, and that is because of the changing conditions with his work and kids and life, Jim Jordan has resigned his position from the commission. So he's shared that he's really enjoyed his time with the commission and really values the work that all of you do, and looks forward to maintaining connection with the commission. But at this time, life is just a little overwhelming. And so he has resigned, and he is working with me to identify a new commissioner from the Hermitage Court neighborhood. Let's see, 2 more quick updates. We usually have retreats, and because of COVID, we haven't been having our retreats, but we're going to start that back up here at the end of the month. And instead of a long 4-hour retreat, because I know these meetings can be excruciatingly long, being on video, and the retreat will be virtual and online just like this, we're splitting them up into 2 mini retreats. And this is just a reminder that the first of the mini retreats is Friday, October 23rd. And our consultants, Fraser and Associates, will be with us virtually to talk about design guidelines. And we are dedicating the 2 hours from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. solely to talking about the design guideline update, about multifamily and commercial. And we, of course, welcome any members of the community that want to join us for that discussion. It will be hosted via WebEx. It will be on YouTube, and all of the information is on our website. The second mini retreat I am hoping to hold on Friday, November 6th, and that's more to focus on other business, rules for procedure, the data research project that staff has been working on, and I will follow up with the commissioners, but it seems that 11 to 1 is a good time for everyone on Fridays, and I will reach out and confirm that date with you all, but that's what we're looking to do. And lastly, a quick update on Oaklawn Park. They were originally scheduled for a public hearing on October 19th. We had a bit of a procedural error with the mailings. And so we have to reissue the mailings, because the last thing we want is for this to move forward and something to happen and it get thrown out on a procedural due process issue. So it is still happening this year. The public hearing is just moved back a month to Monday, November 16th. And I will be working with some of the commissioners, especially the chair, to speak and support at that public meeting. And anyone else who wants to sign up as an attendee is certainly welcome to sign up to show your support for this project. And I thought maybe as a show of support, since we do have a little extra time, we could have an official vote by the commission that they are supporting and recommending this to council. And it would just be a motion and a second if the commission so desires.
Commissioners, anyone want to make a motion?
I motion.
Okay. Is that Barth, Chris Barth?
That's me.
All right, Chris, thank you. So you make a motion to
officially support and recommend the designation of Oaklawn Park as a local historic district to the Charlotte City Council.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. I will do a round robin. All in favor? Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
I missed most of the discussion, but if the motion is to support Oaklawn Park as a historic district, I'm a yes.
Okay, perfect. And did I ask for Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Yes. And Commissioner Parati, yes. So 8-0, the motion passes.
Great. Thank you all so much. I know the neighborhood will be thrilled to have your official support. And we're just so excited to get a new district and one on the west side, historically African American, mid-century, all the things, and we're so thrilled.
There's a lot of exciting things about that.
Yes, absolutely. That concludes my staff updates. Is there anything else you would like to add, Madam Chair?
I would. I'd like to give a shout out to PJ Henningsen and Jessica Hyman in joining the HD staff and myself in submitting for the SHPO online training. We got credit for that. I just want to say that I know that we're all busy. The training is still online. We don't have to get credit for it in order to take advantage of something that is there for us to continue to educate ourselves so that we're better commissioners. Our neighborhoods deserve it. We deserve it. And so if you have a chance, there are only 6 of them. Check them out. They're really, really helpful. And I think that they go a long way towards making us feel more confident in presiding over these applications. So thank you, PJ and Jessica, and thank you to everyone who serves and works so hard on this board. You know, I'm sure you all have been a part of other boards before, and this is one where you really have to do a lot of work. So the very fact that we're here and we continue to do this month after month is definitely commendable. So again, try and check out, if you haven't already, the online training. It's really, really helpful, and you don't have to drive hours to get it. You can just go online, okay? That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Kim, this is Jessica. I'm just going to follow up and say you can also adjust the speed of the online training. So they're pretty short already, but you can listen to them at 1.5 times or 2 times and, you know, cut your time in half.
Or if you're like me, can you slow it down? It's really good stuff, you guys. So thanks, Jessica. All right. Okay.
So you're gonna officially call everyone to order and
Okay, let me just make a little update here. So Commissioner Walker is not on my list. Okay. All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the October 14th meeting. I'm Kim Peretti, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:36 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden, who is present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating virtually include Jessica Hyman, Krista Lineberger, Chris Barth, Chris Murin, PJ Henningsen, and Joe Walker. Also present are Christy Harpst, Cindy Kohanek, Candace Leidy. We have a different, do we have Thomas?
we have Thomas Powers.
Thomas Powers, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wished to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be followed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Please use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. And because this commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay, we have 2 consent agenda items. On this first case, I believe Commissioner Barth is recusing. Is that correct, Commissioner Barth?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And the first agenda item is 1142 Berkeley Avenue. It is for a small rear addition. The house has, you can see on the map, the house has a bit of an L shape, and the addition is tucked right back here in this open area, but it is also changing an existing overhang on the rear, so it's slightly visible, which reduces it from being a staff approval. And you can see all the plans. It meets the 50% rear yard open space requirement. Existing plans are shown on page 23 with the existing rear porch element. And this is the view from Berkeley on, I'm not sure the slide number, but you can see the change to the existing rear door stoop. Are there any questions? Is there, you want to speak for or against our commissioner that would like to remove it?
Sure. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this application? No? All right, commissioners. Let's see, who do we have speaking on this one? Jill, any thoughts, or do you think that this should remain on the consent agenda?
I personally looked this over and find nothing objectionable about this addition. I think it conforms to our guidelines. The backyard is only 40% impermeable, so I fail to see anything wrong with it and would think that consent agenda item is how it should remain.
Okay, perfect. So you want to go ahead and make a motion?
I make a motion that we we approve this project based on its adherence to guidelines 7.2.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's do a round robin. All right, Jessica Hindman. I'm sorry, Jessica, what did you say?
Yes.
Okay. Krista Lineberger?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Chris Mearn,
Yes.
PJ Henningsen,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0. Thank you.
Our next application is 2131 Park Road. And based on the evidence provided and the Sanborn maps, staff believes this is a true restoration. But out of an abundance of caution is just bringing it forward to the commission for their blessing. You can see in some of the photos. And then you can also see that on the Sanborn map, the porch did go across the entire front of the house. And then there's also evidence that of the original porch floor and the supports, that the living space has been brought forward even with the original front porch. So all they're doing is restoring it partially and reopening some of the front porch. They're reusing the window that is currently on the front elevation. It will remain on the front elevation. It'll just be in line with the front door as it would have been originally.
All right. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? All right, commissioners. Anyone have any thoughts on this?
I'm going to step in for Jim Jordan. This is Jim Hayden. It seems to me to be totally appropriate and should remain on the consent agenda.
Okay, so is that a motion?
It is a motion.
All right, do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hindman. Any discussion of the motion? All right, so let's do a round robin.
I think that was Commissioner Lineberger for the second.
Oh, sorry, Krista, I'm having a hard time placing your voice. Okay, so seconded by Krista Lineberger. All right,
Oh, do we need to note for the record that Chris Barth has rejoined the meeting?
yes, Chris Barth has rejoined the meeting. Thanks, Christy.
Mhm.
All right, so we have a motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion? All right, Commissioner Hindman.
Yes.
Commissioner Mearn,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Barth,
I would, this is Thomas Powers. I would record Commissioner Barth's vote as not applicable because he dropped out of the meeting for an extended period of time. So I would actually record that as not being applicable for this situation.
Oh, so he has not rejoined the meeting. He's not on the list anymore?
If you have left the meeting and there's a time period where there's a gap between you leaving and then rejoining the meeting, it would be necessary for that person to get up to speed very quickly on all the questions and issues.
Correct,
to make a
Thomas.
decision.
Yes, Thomas. Did he rejoin the meeting at the beginning of this application and we just failed to note it? Is my question.
Now that part I can't answer the question and I apologize.
Okay.
I was going off your last statement that he rejoined the meeting.
That was a staff oversight unless he is currently not on the meeting. Cindy, is he up here? Who's on the list?
Commissioner Barth, are you there?
I'm seeing his screen now, and he does not appear to be sitting in front of the computer.
Okay, then we will strike that he is rejoined.
Commissioner Barth has not rejoined the meeting for this particular application. So Commissioner Lineberger, your vote on this one?
Yes.
Yes. And Commissioner Parati, yes. So we have 7-0. The motion passes. Thank you. Thanks, Thomas. Good to have you back, by the way.
Thank you.
I would like to make sure that Commissioner Barth does rejoin the meeting
Sure.
for the remainder of the applications, because I believe that Commissioner Lineberger will need to leave the meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Barth, are you back yet?
Christy, I will say, and to Madam Chairperson, right now it does not appear that he's in his office based on at least my view of the video.
Thank you, Thomas. We will reach out to him.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
We are going to wait until he returns.
Okay, perfect.
Commissioner Lineberger, are you there? Are you planning to leave the meeting?
I am.
Okay. We will thank you so much for joining us for the workshop and for the first couple of cases. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
We do hope
I'm
you
sorry
feel
I have
better.
to leave.
Thanks, Krista.
Thank you.
All right, well, maybe now's a good time to take a 5.
Yes, let's please.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're back. Chris Barth, can you please verbally confirm with us that you're back with us?
I'm back. Sorry, I had to step out for a second.
Thank you. Okay, are all commissioners are back and we're ready to roll on our next case? Okay.
Christy,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. If I can just ask all the commissioners, if you do have to step out for midway through an application, if you could just let us know either verbally or putting up a hand to kind of signify that, that would help Christy and I out when we're doing a roll call vote.
Thanks, Thomas. Our commissioners are very good at letting us know. And we expect that they will continue to be. Okay, our next application is 216 South Summit Avenue. This was not heard in September because we ran out of time and lost quorum. So we are here now to hear 216 South Summit. It is for new construction on a vacant lot in Wesley Heights. And all of the information about the project is in your memo. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the chair. If you could just double check and make sure that the applicant has been sworn in.
Okay. So Maggie Pollard?
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I've been sworn in.
You have been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Ask if our architect has been sworn in.
Has your architect been sworn in, Maggie?
Peter, is Peter even sworn in?
He's on mute. Peter, will you unmute yourself?
Yes, my name is Peter Brooks. I live at 5501 Robin Hood Road, Charlotte, North Carolina. And I've been
Peter,
sworn in.
you have been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Christy, we cannot hear you. Yep.
Sorry, Maggie, would you please also provide your name and address?
Yes, I am Margaret Pollard and I live at 1721 Willa Avenue in Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208.
Thank you. Okay, I'm turning it over to you. If you would just let me know when you want me to move the PowerPoint forward. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Christy. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been a homeowner in Wesley Heights for nearly 7 years, and my husband and I also own a historic quadplex in Wesley Heights. We moved here after transitioning out of the military and are proud to call the Wesley Heights Historic District home. I wanted to tee that up to give you context for my excitement and what Christy would probably say energy for this project. Our growing family that includes 2-year-old twins is invested in Wesley Heights, and we want to stay for the long term. And I think Commissioner Heineman said it best, and I think she made the reflection during maybe the August HDC. She said that the HDC mission statement objective to manage changes to accommodate modern living has taken on a new meaning. And so we're looking to create a home that works for our new way of life, and that means a home for our family to work, live, and attend school. Just want to, before we get started, give a quick shout out to Christy and Cindy. Both have been immensely helpful since we started this process in the spring. And one of Christy's suggestions was to clearly demonstrate, given the size of this project, meaning new build, new construction, was to clearly demonstrate how we consider compatibility in the historic guidelines. So for today's presentation, what I'd like to do is quickly walk you through to highlight how we've adhered to that criteria, and then I'm going to hand it over to our architect, Peter Brooks, to review the drawings that he's put together. So Christy, if we move on to the next slide. Okay, so we are proposing a new single-family home with a rear detached 1.5-story garage that would be accessible from the alley. Surrounding structures in the area within a 360-degree range of visibility include 1, 1.5, and 2-story single-family and multi-family residential buildings. And then there's also quite a bit of new construction that includes 2- and 3-story multi-family townhomes. And applicable to today's discussion is the recently approved 10-unit condo community, Villa Emmanuel, that was approved last month. And our home will share the alley with as well as 10 condos. So if we move on to the next slide. I'm not seeing it move, Chris. There we go. Okay, this gives you a perspective of the views, both from a lot and aerial perspective. Got obviously very excited about the project after speaking with a neighbor. He confirmed that there used to be a duplex on the lot, so went back to historic aerials to see what that looked like. And so you can see from views from the 60s and 70s. And most notable is that from talking to neighbors and research, it looks like the lot has been vacant for about 30 or so years, which would contribute to some of the overgrowth on the trees that are on the lot today. All right, keep moving. All right, these are these are adjacent structures around South Summit Avenue. So you can see the size and scale of the homes. There are single family and multifamily. The home directly next door to 220 South Summit is a historic multifamily that was converted to a single family many years ago. Keep going. All right, and this is showing context of similar historic homes in Wesley Heights. So as Commissioner Parity likely knows, walking up and down the blocks was able to get some inspiration for those similar historic homes. We keep moving. This is ADU references. Now, these were approved under previous historic guidelines, but give you a sense for similar accessory dwelling units that are in Wesley Heights. Keep going. All right, just a quick view of the timeline. So we had submitted this project back in June. Given some of the pause on the meetings, we were, as Christy alluded to, supposed to be heard in the September HDC due to those delays, and then weren't able to be heard because we were last on the agenda. And what we'll start to quickly go through is reflecting our adherence to the new construction guidelines as well as the landscaping guidelines. 8.1. This gives you a view for the existing site plan and the new site plan. So what we did to confirm that we were very much adhering to the historic guidelines, we went back to the original deed. While we're zoned for a 5-foot side setback, we went back to the original deed that states a 7-foot side setback. So after working with Christy and Cindy, we modified those plans to be consistent with the original deed. We do have an 8-foot porch as part of the plans, and we obviously have the orientation aligns with those that are adjacent to us. Keep going. All right, so for height, width, and scale, so we confirmed that we're not exceeding the height of the tallest historic building in the immediate context. Made sure that the width was consistent with the guidelines as well as scale and the directional expression. One just disclaimer is, I used PowerPoint presentation to build these out, so the architect renderings are the appropriate size and scales, where this is just representative for the presentation. All right, keep going. Wanted to give a few references for similar height, width, and scale references for similar both new construction that has occurred in the community, and then also some extensions and accessory dwelling units that have been built out. So using 208 Grandin Road as a reference, and then also, as stated earlier on, Villa Manuel, which was approved during the last meeting in September, that also includes a 3-story addition directly behind the single-family home, the parsonage. And so that you can see from their Zootwell survey, increasing that height behind that single-family home to accommodate that 3-story addition. All right, keep going.
Height with scale. Context.
These next two examples, so since we wanted to use examples that were approved during the latest guidelines to demonstrate as much applicability as we could, being that there have been a few new home builds in the community since those new guidelines were approved, I wanted to show just examples from both accessory dwelling units and extensions. And so for these two slides, this includes 515 Walnut and 517 Walnut for extensions and ADUs. Those are in the most recent guidelines that have been approved. Right. And then this last example for height, width, and scale references. So this is 800 Woodruff Place, kind of showing the height and massing compared to its peers on the block, also approved within the current guidelines. Okay. Well, all right, you can see materials. Wanted to call out a sample of the traditional brick that we'll use for the foundation. We'll be using either Hardy Artisan or Nichia Savannah for the siding. We'll have simulated divided light windows, and you can see both the roof form and the context. And then in reviewing the guidelines, we did take inspiration from one of the homes from Hermitage Court and use that as a bit of inspiration in terms of building out our design. All right. Okay, key things I wanted to call out. So the porch will have a depth of 8 feet. And then it will have tongue and groove floor that's going to be laid perpendicular to the front elevation of the house. And then also garage door, we will make sure that the garage door has hardware and trim that provides the appearance of 2 separate doors. Keep going. All right, so private site guidelines. There are currently 3 trees that are on the lot today. There is one in the front, middle, and rear of the lot. And we met extensively with a certified master arborist from Heartwood Trees to review the integrity of the trees as well as see what could be done. And so we are requesting to remove the tree at the front of the lot and the rear of the lot. As mentioned at the outset, from what we understand, the lot has been vacant for 30 plus years, and so the cedar at the front of the lot has not been maintained. Our neighbors have communicated that they view it to be a safety hazard. You can see from the trees that have been down in Wesley Heights this season, but I recognize that that's just their opinion, right? The certified master arborist has articulated that according to industry standards, tree roots that have been severed within 3.5 times the diameter of the tree puts the tree at a higher risk of whole tree failure. And so the roots are meant to anchor the tree structure, and in order to align the house with its peers on either side, to be consistent with the neighborhood, it would severely both damage the root structure of the tree, or if we were looking to accommodate that, we would have to remove about 50% of the tree, creating a heavily weighted canopy facing the sidewalk and street side that would create an undue safety hazard to pedestrians. So their recommendation that's included at the end of this presentation is to remove that tree at the front and rear of the lot. And then we also have included a tree protection plan to preserve the tree at the center of the lot. If we keep going.
We're adding in some trees.
For the trees, we will be removing the 2 trees and we will be replanting 4 trees. So doubling from that perspective. And in an effort to make sure that we are preserving the mature tree on the lot, we did work with Peter, our architect, to redesign the plan so that at the least we would be able to preserve the tree in the center of the lot. Okay, keep going. All right, and then finally with the private site guidelines, so landscaping will be important to blend the home into the Wesley Heights community, and so we will be transporting over 16 mature hydrangeas, incorporating that into the landscape design. The HVAC equipment will be hidden from the street. We'll have a concrete pathway from the home to the sidewalk. And as you can tell, there's an existing driveway at the front of the property, and in the spirit of, adhering to the historic district, and we will be not utilizing that. We will be utilizing the rear alley access so that we are preserving the front of the streetscape. And we are not requesting any fence or walls at this time. And so the next 2 views show the Zootwell survey. And then I will hand it over to our architect, Peter Brooks. Thanks. Peter, over to you.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, I had a hard time hearing Maggie just then. I have to say, Maggie, that was a very articulate presentation. If I was looking for an architect to hire, I would hire you. So going through now, we're on to the drawings that I prepared. I think we are, right? But they look like they've been cut and pasted somehow. I guess.
They're your drawings. They were just zoomed in. Excuse me, this is Christy. They're your drawings. We just zoomed them in so they were visible to everyone because of the size.
Okay, so to the first page. Okay, the first page I had an elevation that showed all the houses in a row. I guess that was cut out.
There it
Is this what you're looking for?
Yep.
Okay.
It actually showed the whole block there. Yeah, that's it. I just wanted to make sure we looked at that because it's to scale, and some of the things that Maggie put in her presentation got the proportions out a little bit. So we basically are trying to stay within the height of all the other buildings on the block. We were trying to go after a look of a house that we saw on the Historic Commission guidelines, the Hermitage House that Maggie had pointed out. Okay, next slide. The part of the house that's 2-story lines up in both the front and the back of the other houses on the block. Then our house turns more to a 1-story house into the back. We tried to keep open as much of the rear yard as possible in doing so. The house does not exceed the maximum allowable coverage on a lot. Next. We kind of looked at your mission statement about changes to accommodate modern living. This is sort of a modern living floor plan because the first floor has the master suite on it. It also has a home office in the front of the house. And it has a big open living, dining, kitchen area with a mudroom that can connect back to the ADU space. But in doing so, we were trying to, as number 2 says, create a visual variety on the streetscape. Next. So you can see we're not really, maybe a pinch higher than the house on the left. And then the house on the right's a 1-story house, but we're really not much higher than that. But our porch aligns with all the other porches that run down the block. And then you can see I made it go lower down into the back yard. Next. Next. So now we have an ADU in the back where the clients wanted a workout room, 2 cars parking, and then a one bedroom apartment above that. And we worked with the Historic Commission people to make sure that we met all the guidelines or zoning requirements for an ADU. You can see to the right of that, we're going to have 2 parking spaces, and that's where our new tree is going to be. That's where it says remove. One of the trees would be too close to the building and all the roots would be gone if we tried to keep it. So we had to take out one of those trees in the back. Next. These are the elevations of the ADU. We made sure the dormers were set back from the face of the bottom of the structure. We did it like 1.5 stories, so it would appear smaller than the house is. It has a balcony up top, so the people, whoever's in there can look out at the city. It has a nice city view from there. Next. This is like a section through showing the relative, it's to scale of the side view of the house to the ADU structure, and that line across the top shows that the ADU structure is not greater than the house, nor is it greater than 25 feet. It's measured to the mean average height. These are just some standard details of how we were going to do the columns and the windows and the window trim. Next. I'm not sure what this is. Appendix, homes approved under previous guidelines.
So these are just
Okay.
examples of other representative new construction homes. As mentioned earlier, that there were not very many samples for the current guidelines, so included those in the appendix. And then there is also the
Yeah, this
letter.
house is the very, go back one. Sorry. I like that house. That's a nice house. And it's sitting between two other houses that are both one-story houses.
Yep.
What's the point of that? Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. And then, and then Christy, if you continue to proceed, we also include the letter from the certified master arborist that talks about the health of the trees, as well as the tree protection plan. So, Commission, that is our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pollard. So is there anyone here to speak for or against this application?
There was,
Okay,
but yes, someone signed up to speak against the application, but she does not appear to be on the video or the call.
okay. All right, should she show up, we'll give her time.
Excellent, thank you.
Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Commissioner Barth?
I apologize, I didn't read through your the entirety of your arborist letter. Did they establish that the evergreen towards the front of the property is diseased or on its way out, or is it due to the construction that they determined that the tree would be viable post-construction?
They did not state that it was diseased. If you look at that second paragraph, it articulates their perspective that regardless of where you would place the home on the lot, recognizing that you would have to build 3.5 times the diameter of the tree would set the home so far back on the lot. And if you did not do that and you tried to cut off, cut the limbs off, then you would be removing about 50%, and then it would be heavily weighted towards the street side.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Henningsen?
Yeah, hi. I was driving around yesterday, and I got to say that part of Wesley Heights, it's absolutely gorgeous. There's a lot, great diversity in that, great diversity of housing. I really love that part of the neighborhood. Can you show me? I want to talk about height. I think there's two areas that I really had the most questions on. One was tree, and one was height. But let's start with height. So pick one of the Zootwell surveys. Perfect. Please show me which house you guys are that's similar in height, that is historic and historically a single family home. Because the house next door at 220 South Summit, that's obviously a duplex, while it is being used as a single family. So I'm just curious.
You got to move to the drawer. It's not a drawing she had. It shows a bunch of houses that are all in the same block.
Okay.
I'm
looking at slide 58 in the
now.
In the WebEx. Okay.
It's probably before it. Before. Okay, that's the beginning. Where are we? 1, 2, 3, the fourth page, that's it. So these are all the houses that are right there on the block. And there's 1, 2, 3, 2 stories.
I'm not going by stories, I'm just going by height. So your house is what, 28 feet? So how are you, what house in the picture are you using to justify a height of 28 feet?
220 South Summit, which is taller than 28 feet.
Which was originally a multi, and I think that's where I'm kind of hung up, right? Because that house was originally a multi-family.
I understand that.
So is there a moratorium on 2-story houses?
Again, not talking stories, we're talking height. And yes, I agree that they're related.
Potentially 201.
PJ, I was just going to give you a guideline to reference. It's 6.6, number 2. And it says the height of proposed buildings should be no taller than the tallest historic building on the block within a 360-degree range of visibility of the same type. Single family to single family, multifamily to multifamily.
So 201 Summit. There's 201 Summit, that's gotta be as tall.
Okay, so 201 Summit. So tell me how, so that appears to be single family. How tall is 201 South Summit?
I don't have that Zoot well. Do we have a Zoot well on that? I'm sure you guys do somewhere.
It's on slide 58.
Slide 58. Is it?
Looks like it's 26.5. Measuring all the way from, I can't read that, it's 708, looks like the ridge height.
Correct. It is 26.5. The other example on Grandin that we were referencing for a historic home, which is I think over 30 feet or slightly over 30 feet, is 214 Grand Road.
It has to be within 360 of your property. So unfortunately, we can't use that one.
Well, let's see, we just converted a church to a multifamily building, but
the church is multifamily. The church is multifamily, and this house is single family. Single family to single family, multifamily to multifamily, apples to apples.
Now, when you say 360-degree radius, what is the distance on that?
So if you stand and you turn around, then it's 6.6, number 2, if you want to reference that.
So not only what you can see.
Yes. If you turn around 360 degrees. It's 6.6, number 2.
I believe there's some houses right behind us that are tall like that, but we don't have pictures of them. Is there a way to pull up the map of, what is the name of that road that's behind us?
Grandin.
The one that the church is on, but.
It's on Grandin.
Yeah, so there may be some. So I'm just looking for, again, historic height on a single family home that you guys are using to justify the 28 feet in height. And if all you can get is 26 and a half feet based on, so 28 feet is still higher than 26 and a half feet.
So we could probably lower it by 2 feet.
Okay. That'd be great.
Okay.
Another comment is with the trees. So there are 2 trees in the front, an evergreen and another tree. Are you proposing, are you requesting both trees in the front to come out?
And PJ, if I will, may, it's on slide 57.
Yep.
Thank you. Slide 57.
So
one tree's growing out of the base of the other tree.
Yep. So the certified master arborist, his perspective was that the mimosas that is like an offshoot of it is not the. It's like they're intertwined. That the dominant tree is the evergreen, so it's growing out of it. Sorry, the cedar, and so we're proposing the mimosa would also be removed because it is an offshoot out of the cedar right now. It's growing.
They were asking us to fill in that driveway, so when we fill in that driveway, it's gonna cover the roots of the tree and also not be good for it.
Any other questions, PJ? Commissioner Henningsen?
Is there a way to pull up the Zootwell survey of the Grandin street elevation that faces the back of our house?
I'm sorry, I don't even know if we have that survey. And given the virtual online meeting format, we can't enter anything new.
Okay, that would be in the public record.
I would like to jump in here, but I want to make sure PJ's.
Yeah. No, I understand. I was just confused when I saw one tree in the front being requested to be removed, and I knew on my drive-by that there were 2 trees. So no, thank you for the explanation. I understand. My question is, have you explored any type of construction techniques to, like with the porch, for example, that would not impact the tree or the root structure?
If you go to my drawing A2, which was cropped by whoever, I'm not sure, but go back to like the second drawing in the architectural set.
Yep.
That would be next and next. Okay. Nope. Go back one more. Nope. Too far. Back one more. There. Is there a way to zoom in on? Oh, too far. Other way. There you go. Stop.
Mr. Brooks,
okay,
if you would
you zoom in on that.
Excuse me, Mr. Brooks.
Look at that tree.
Mr. Brooks, if you would please cite the slide number. This is slide 70. That'll help me find the correct one for you. Thank you.
Okay, in that slide, is there a way to zoom in on it at all? Or no? Okay, you can see how like it looks like the Cookie Monster came and bit off half the tree. That little circle is the tree. So how could you follow your guidelines and not kill that tree? It would probably fall over into the street and hurt somebody. Now, if I was to go and push this house all the way back to where that circle is, well, now I got rid of another tree in the back. So the guidelines, in a way, are saying you can never build a house here. I don't see how that maximizes utilization.
So thank you for the explanation. In Wilmore, we had another house that had a similar problem. I don't think the tree was as large as this one. However, in the front porch and maybe they use different construction and foundation techniques to help to minimize the impact on the root structure. So my question is, have you explored any other techniques to minimize the impact on the root structure so that you can maintain the tree? For example, on my house, I have an addition that was put on, and I have an 80-year oak that's probably within 6 or 7 feet of the addition, and it's healthy.
Well, these drawings really don't go into the foundation of the house. That would be the next step. If we got approved, I would draw a foundation. So yes, there's probably ways to do a pier foundation, or a, what do you call that? A point foundation instead of continuous foundation.
Right.
But it would have to occupy half the house, and the roots would be going underneath half a house.
I can take that. So, Commissioner Henningsen, I think I took credence to your point of I think an individual was trying to get windows replaced, and he was seeking guidance from Pella or Lowe's, and so in searching for different alternatives for how we can preserve the tree, instead of going to a construction company, I took credence in Heartwood Trees and a certified master arborist. And so after meeting with him multiple times, both in person and on the phone, we sought to explore different modes or techniques. And his recommendation was that there, he did not believe in the viability of the tree to put new construction on the lot. And so in the spirit of, I believe it was you in the previous meetings, like in trying to hold credence to those that are trying to preserve trees in our community versus building new homes, that's the truth that I bought into.
Thanks, Ms. Pollard. Yes, guilty. That was me. So great memory, by the way. So my ask would be simple: before we approve taking down the trees, we at least want to see that you've explored techniques to see if the tree can be saved.
So I would propose that the working with the commissioner, with the certified medical arborist and meeting multiple times to see what we could do, and going off of his recommendation per what the guidelines state, I would hope that should suffice for that request, unless I'm wrong.
Well, I guess it all depends on the question of Mr. Arborist, right? It's the question to John at Heartwood is that will that tree survive construction, or is it, we plan on using these techniques to try to minimize the impact on the tree. Will the tree survive using these things? Commissioners, help me out. I know we've made asks on with similar situations with previous new construction applications. There are techniques to identify where the root structures are so that your peers or your peering can avoid those roots. So that request is not unusual.
PJ, this is Christy. You most recently requested it on Wickford with the 4 new construction houses going in, and the lot number 4 on the corner had to change the structure and design of their front porch to accommodate a tree. And you also did it for another deodar cedar on South Mint Street, also in Wilmore. Those are the 2 that come to mind most recently, but I'm sure there are others.
Okay, thank you. I did have a couple other questions. If we can and apologies, I'm slowly skimming through my PDF. I'm looking for, okay, and that's fine if we can go back. I'm looking for left and right elevations. So just,
Slide 72.
Slide 72, thank you. So on this, just a couple of comments about the windows that are grouped together. Typically in historic houses, when we're grouping the houses together, there's trim that goes in between the windows. Just kind of a general comment on towards the front of the house. We typically on historic houses see windows that are that short, if you will, unless they're say flanking a fireplace or something like that. I was just curious, what's some of the rationale on the window size for those houses on the first floor in that right elevation?
You want to take that, Peter?
Well, there's lots of houses that have those kind of half windows in plenty of bungalows. I wouldn't say that they're only ever next to a fireplace, and they provide privacy to the house next door. From the house next door.
So, thank you. I was referring more towards the front of the house. Typically in bungalows, you only have these short windows when they're flanking fireplaces because you have bookshelves underneath them. Obviously, shorter windows with kitchens and bathrooms are also very historic. I'm just seeing a long row of smaller fenestration than you would normally see in a historic house. Just looking for some background.
A few of them are in the bathroom, one's in a closet, and the other one's in an office that has no windows facing the front. So we wanted to be able to put furniture in front of them. I mean, we could put bookcases, but that's on the inside of the house. So I didn't know the inside of the house mattered.
It's not, I did it in the inside.
Oh, I thought you said a fireplace.
Fireplace is on the outside. Chimney, I'm sorry, chimney.
And bookcases. So, I mean, yeah, in order not to kill the project, we could make those windows go down. That wouldn't be terrible. The two of them are set back in a place where we're putting the air conditioning system. We created a recess so the air conditioning system was not visible from the street. And we didn't want to look or hear straight out to the air conditioning. So I think the first two we could make lower.
I don't want to, and thank you for your explanation. Commissioners, I don't want to hog all the time if any of you have other questions.
Sure. Why don't we go over to Commissioner Barth?
I hate to segue back. First, I guess I'll just piggyback on what PJ was saying. I think PJ was mentioning the double front windows on the front porch. Those would typically be lower and slightly larger windows for a house of this style. Going back to the tree, I think our concern here, just to reiterate a few facts here, is that especially that type of tree is what we would kind of consider a champion tree of the neighborhood. So seeing different ways to do footings and things like that, and ways to preserve that tree would be really appreciated. And I think we'd request that we see that investigation done. I mean, that tree is, pretty iconic and very rare for this area. So we'd need to see more information on that.
I understand that. The one thing I will reiterate is that back to it being a vacant and unpreserved lot for 30 plus years, I think that's, contributing to some of the complexity of us being able to work with it. And then also reiterating that we did work extensively with the certified master arborist. I know as we get to, the clarifications that are required, I would just seek to better understand who exactly you would like us to confer with on that, because I don't see it articulated within the guidelines beyond the certified master arborist. So I appreciate that, Commissioner Barth.
I don't want to harp on this tree too, but I think there'd probably be a conversation with the contractor, as well as certain members of our staff have tools at their disposal and resources that could tell you who could give you a better answer on that. The other thing is obviously the height and massing are an issue. I'd like to direct you guys to some of the new construction guidelines. But I think overall, I think this house is almost there. Maybe a few minor tweaks.
I see your hand raised, Commissioner Hyman. Before I get to you, I just want to shoot it over to our landscape architect, Commissioner Hayden.
What we would really want to have involved, if not a contractor actually might not necessarily be the correct person. A structural engineer is who we need to have look at an alternative foundation piering system that would allow minimal disturbance to the surface and subsurface near and around the tree, and provide still a structural system that would support the structure of the house. I'm not saying that that's totally possible, but there's probably also the likelihood that the house might need to be moved back slightly to accommodate that. And I can't help but think, I'll speak for myself, I would be willing to forego the house being properly set back and meeting the same setbacks as the adjacent houses to protect that tree if it's possible.
Okay. Commissioner Hyman?
It seems like the house will be here a lot longer than the tree.
Commissioner Hyman?
I'll stick with the tree for just a second. I would agree that this evergreen at the front of the house is a critical piece of the character of this street. and is worth preserving. In my work with Heartwood, which has been extensive over the course of the last 20 years, they have always, the guidance they've given me is that 3 times the diameter of the tree is the structural root zone and 5 times the diameter of the tree is the watering root zone. And so, Christy, if you could go back to the architectural site plan, and can someone tell me what the diameter of this tree is? This is slide 70 for the record. Well, if we don't know the diameter of the tree, my suggestion would be that it appears from the architectural site plan.
It's 36 inches.
36, okay, so we need to be about 9 feet from the tree for the structural root zone and 15 feet from the tree for the watering zone, but we can lose about 30% of the watering zone without any impact to the health of the tree. Commissioner Hayden, am I along the right lines there? This is my understanding from my work with Heartwood.
That is correct.
Okay, so if I'm looking at this and the porch is 8 feet deep, then it appears that we are meeting the 9-foot and 15-foot requirements. And furthermore, if the porch is built on a pier and foundation system with a lintel under that stretch of, a pier and curtain system with a lintel under that stretch at the root zone, this tree looks to me like it has a great chance of survival, provided the contractor is on board with a conservative tree protection plan and mobilization from the other side of the lot or the alley. And the alley looks like a great opportunity for mobilization. The other note I have on trees is I need staff to weigh in on this, but I thought that we weren't permitted to put replacement trees in the public city plant strip, that it had to be on private property.
You are correct. And I would also make note that there is contradictory information about the size of the tree. The Heartwood letter identifies it as 31 inches. And a site plan identifies it as 36 inches. So I think we need correct information also on the size of this tree to truly determine what the setback needs to be from the tree.
Gosh, I mean, I think you're right, but it just depends on where you take the measurement, right? If you take it 2 feet off the ground versus 10 feet off the ground. But I think that either way, this drawing that we're staring at on slide 70 is a to scale drawing, and it really gives us every indication that we can work with this tree and preserve the health of this tree and the longevity of it. The other note was that replacement trees have to be planted on private property and can't be on the city, on the public city planting strip. I think that's just a legal issue. The PJ, you hit on a bunch of my comments, so I will breeze through them pretty quickly. The first was that on the front rooms of the house, we do typically see larger windows on the side elevations. And so I think that's something that can be accommodated as an adjustment to these drawings. The paired and the clustered windows need to have a shared jamb that's indicative of the context, which is usually closer to, you know, like a 7.5 inch number. Wesley Heights has a little bit more variation in that than the other districts, but I would look to the common shared jamb for in the historic district as a cue. There's typically a, Christy, could you go to a front elevation? I'm going to address this one on slide 72, and then I'm hoping that at some point in this discussion you can hop back to the inspiration photo on the Hermitage house, which I'm not sure what slide that is. But there's typically a relationship between the main level windows and the upper level windows, where the main level windows are a little bit more dominant and a little bit larger. And either Commissioner Barth or Commissioner Henningsen touched on this. But if you go to the Hermitage inspiration image, you can see it here where the lower level windows, the solid to void and the dominance, it just has, there's a hierarchy about the windows, and the lower level windows, it's the cluster of 3 that's larger, and then it's the broader window in the other room. And I'm fine with the symmetry that you guys are going for in the project, but I think that this relationship between the upper and lower level windows and the lower level windows having a hierarchy is something significant. Christy, could you go to the Zoutwell Street elevation in the architectural drawings? I think it was the front page of the architectural drawings. Okay, slide 69. And if we zoom in on this to the extent that it's possible, there's typically a And to this, I'm speaking to height and fenestration. So I'm trying to check if there's anything else that I need to.
Foundations.
Yeah, foundations. Thank you. That's the other one I need to touch on. In those outlaw surveys, and it's hard to see with the resolution of this, there are dotted lines at 10-foot intervals. And if you can scroll so that we can see the edge on the left where it shows up. Yeah, so the 10, 20, 30, and 40. So the 10, 20, and 30 typically have a dotted line. And those dotted lines, the value added of this outwell elevation is that we can start to understand contextually in the 360, right, how the eaves of the house relate to the other eaves of the other houses, how the foundation of the house relates to the foundations of the other houses, and how the window head heights relate to the window head heights of the other houses. And I think I really should have led with this. Ms. Pollard, you gave a fantastic presentation, and you really covered all the bases, and you make this so much easier for us when you do that. So thank you so much. Where the height is showing up is in the head height of the upper level windows. And I think this is something that's really workable, to be perfectly honest. I don't think it presents the challenges of other new construction projects that we see. But what I think is contributing to it is either the head height of the lower level windows and the upper level windows relative to each other, or the 10-foot ceilings in the lower level, or some combination of those. So I do think this is a problem that we can overcome in this project. I don't think it's a brick wall, to no pun intended. But I think that this is where it shows up most readily, is the head height of the second level windows in the context of the block on both sides. The next comment I have, and I want to stay on this slide for it. There might be a better slide if someone thinks of one, but I think this is the best slide. I appreciate how your porch is so sensitive to the neighbors' porches. I think it's actually really well done. I think, the 39-foot width, it works for Wesley Heights because of the site conditions of Wesley Heights. And it doesn't work in our other districts, right? But in Wesley Heights, it does. And so the 39 feet is not causing me a lot of heartburn, but the porch, because it's marrying up to houses that are like 32 feet, it feels kind of cramped to the main level windows. And I actually wouldn't mind if the porch spread just a little bit wider to put some breathing room around those main level windows. And by that, I mean just a tiny bit, because I love how respectful it is to the neighbors' porches, but the side columns feel like they're crowding to the lower level windows. And another foot would still keep you on a masonry dimension for your material. And I think it would really give it a little more breathing room and still be sensitive to the neighborhood. The last thing I have is a question, actually. And Christy, can you go to the other side elevation, which would be slide 73?
Can't even hear this.
Can someone explain to me about the brick walls at the rear patio?
Sure. So there will be a patio that extends level to the rear exit, and it will have and we will be able to have like a shade cover if we wanted to be able to put lights up on the end of the rear patio.
That was where we want to put the barbecue.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Peter.
That we were thinking we were going to put the barbecue there, and that was hiding it from looking at the neighbors from their pool.
Got it. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you. That's all I have, Commissioner Brady.
Okay, Commissioner Walker?
Hard to follow that. Really did a wonderful job. And I was encouraged. Yeah, thank you. I was encouraged by her comments about the potential saving of that tree based on reaching out and doing things underneath that I'm not aware of. But just one more item about that tree. Those truly are treasure trees, and you might want to research treasure trees with Trees Charlotte. But additionally, it's important to note that they typically can live up to 1,000 years. So I'm going to say that tree is maybe 100 years and that it potentially has another 900, give or
boy.
take. So it is a very, very unique tree, and I just would beg you to do what you could to try to preserve it. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. I'd like to jump in here and just say overall, my comments are about context. You know, we talked about looking and doing a 360, doing an apples to apples comparison, historic single family to historic single family. And since you all have referenced the mission statement a few times, number 4, manage changes to accommodate modern living, I'd also like to draw your attention to 1.3, number 1. Protect the unique and vibrant character of each designated historic neighborhood. Each neighborhood has its own flavor. I mean, you go through Plaza Midwood, it has a different kind of vibe than Hermitage Court, than Wilmore, than Wesley Heights. And so a number of the homes that you set as precedent for the grand scale of this home are on corner lots. And the home that you are the home that you are mimicking is in Hermitage Court. And Hermitage Court has a very different vibe than Wesley Heights. So as you're going through revising this, please also keep that in mind. I do have a question, and I don't know if this matters, but I'm curious. What is the height of the rear part of the roof compared to the height of the front part of your ADU?
There's a cross-section through the site that shows it. There was also a picture context, similar homes in Wesley Heights. I don't know how many of those are on corner lots, but I can see one that's not on a corner lot.
All except one. All the ones that you pointed out that are single family.
Grandin Road. 421 Grandin Road. At one point, you were talking about the 360, what you could see, and the other point, you were talking about the whole neighborhood.
Right, because I'm talking about the context of this home within the neighborhood. Of course, you have to do a 360, but as you go through and you're looking for similar styles or inspiration, I'm suggesting that you want to stay in Wesley Heights. And you also
6 homes that we showed in the beginning of the presentation.
I guess what I'm speaking to, Mr. Brooks, is the home that you're using as inspiration for the home that you're building.
It wasn't necessarily inspiration. It's just a very basic house.
So do you know the
height? It's just a basic 2-story house, like probably 100 other ones.
Do you have the height of the back part of your the primary home compared to the ADU?
There is a 2-scale elevation. That's the last page of the presentation. It is not dimensioned on that, but we certainly could take the dimension off the computer as we speak. But that would be adding to our presentation, and I'm not sure that that's allowed.
You are absolutely allowed to answer the question. Thank you.
Commissioner Parody, if I may add, while Peter is looking that up, you made the comment, if you could just help clarify, you stated that the similar homes in Wesley Heights that I was referencing, homes that are on the corner lot. I'm just looking back to that slide. It appears, I believe, 326 Summit is the only home that is on the corner that I've used as an example. I just wanted to clarify that, unless I'm wrong.
Woodruff is a corner lot. The house on Walnut is a corner lot.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Parody, which
the brick home, the new
the extensions that have occurred. Understood. Yep. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was referencing the similar historic homes in Wesley Heights.
Yeah, I saw those. I'm talking about new construction that you referenced. I'm not talking about those homes. I'm talking about the ones that you referenced on Woodruff and on Walnut. I think there was one other too, but
Slide
Okay,
62
so I have-
you're referencing?
Sorry.
If we could just have one person speak at a time for the court reporter, please.
slide 62 is one of them. There's another one that references height, width, scale. And it is on Walnut, and it was approved under current guidelines, but it's a corner lot.
But are you talking about 515 on slide 60?
I am.
Okay, and that's an addition to a house.
Right,
Okay.
right,
Thank
not
you.
new construction. And I only say these things to be helpful.
Christy, I
So-
believe
so
Peter has
can I
those
speak?
measurements.
May I speak?
Sure, we're waiting for your answer. Please.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to speak over anyone. 20 feet, 1 inches, if you measured from the back of the house, would be the back of the house. And then the other is already on the drawing, it's 23 feet, 5 inches.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
That is slide 76.
And that's just to the ridge in the middle, it tapers down on either side, you know, to a 1-story house, basically. To about 10 feet above the floor. So like, you gotta look at the rear elevation to really get an idea of what.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Pollard or Mr. Brooks before we close for deliberation? And we do not have the neighbor who,
No, the neighbor who signed up to speak in opposition has not joined the meeting.
okay.
Thank you for checking.
So if we, oh, it looks like Commissioner Hyman's up. Commissioner Hyman?
I was wondering if you could just give me the plan dimensions of the piers on the porch columns on the front and the back, and the plan dimensions of the columns themselves on the front and the back. Oh, there they are. Thank you so much. I was having a hard time finding them. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Plan.
They're not shown on slide 71, which would be the plan, Jessica.
No, I got it. That was perfect. What you just showed me with the section is perfect.
Actually,
1
I
foot 8 by 1 foot 8.
misspoke. They are. They're in the bottom right corner of the front porch.
Okay. Any additional questions before we close? Going once, going twice? We'll now close for deliberation. Commissioners? Why don't we start with you, PJ?
Okay. So in summary, let me just hit at a high level, I think, areas where we should talk about. One is height, how it's 28 feet versus 26 and a half feet. Trees, you know, coming up with having accurate drawings, leveraging something other than the planting strip for the tree planting plan, coming up with a tree protection plan for the front trees, looking at any other types of construction or foundation techniques to minimize the impact on the root structure. From a fenestration perspective, a handful of things, shared jambs for all clustered windows. On the front elevation, the windows on the front floor, the main elevation, the main level, I'm sorry, they need to be a little larger, you know, whether that's taller and wider, just due to the hierarchy between window size on the main level and the second floor. from a foundation perspective, as they look to bring that height down, ensure that the height of the foundation is relates to the height of the foundation of the surrounding historic buildings. I heard something about increasing the porch width, the width of the front porch. And that's kind of where I stopped off. I know we had some questions on the ADU with coplanar and height. I think based on how they solve the height problem, that'll obviously have some type of impact on the height of the ADU. What else?
That's everything I wrote down. Let's see. Yeah.
I had the second level windows to align better. That went with the foundation and the height. I think Commissioner Hinman pointed that out.
Second level windows, okay. Better heights. Okay. Commissioner Heineman.
Hi, I was just going to hop in. I don't know that there was any questions about this per se for when we were in open discussion, but for a house of this scale, the columns and piers feel proportionally undersized. I feel like this 20-inch pier and 16-inch column arrangement would typically be for a house that is just smaller in general. So I think that the proportion of those piers is something we need to consider as it relates to the, the overall massing of the house and the relationship of the parts to each other.
Yeah. Jessica, would you also consider the overhang? The roof overhang. I mean, does that need to be revisited as well? Is that sufficient enough for the size of the house?
Well, that's a great point. Let me pull up the sections again. Sorry, my computer's a little bit slow.
You guys were sounding like the chipmunks there for a few minutes. I had to switch to cell phone audio. Yeah.
I think that the overhangs feel okay to me. I'd be interested in anyone else weighing in on that. Like it looks to me like in general, the eave is between 24 and 30 inches, if I've got that right. And the rake is 12 to 14 inches. It just looks like it's the eave on the front porch that isn't deep enough at 1 foot. So I think, for something like this, it would be a matter of consistency in the eaves and consistency in the rakes. And I would have expected that the eave would be deeper than the rake, or not necessarily. Sometimes the eave is deeper than the rake. And sorry, just to define those terms, the eave is the side that the gutter's on, that's coming straight down at you, and the rake is the side, of the gable that has no gutters on it.
Okay, thank you. So does that appear? Is that something worth mentioning on the motion, or does it appear to be good?
Well, it's going to it's going to change with the change in size, correct? Or height, or
the columns. We may just need a whole lot of clarity on the eave and rake dimensions, the overhang dimensions in general.
This is Chris. I have a comment. I'm not sure I 100% agree about the column width per se. I think if the porch overall gets wider, in fact, if you look on their example 601 Summit Avenue, it's a 2-story house with a front porch. I mean, it's a different style. It's not a bungalow, I wouldn't say, but you know, they may be there, you know, if you go a little bit, but I wouldn't go too crazy on the width of the columns. And making that porch wider will help the appearance of that, the overall feel of that porch as well. And then I sort of agree on the overhang too. I think on the rake side, you know, 2 feet seems very comfortable. I'm sorry, that would be the eave side. On the rake side, a foot to 16 inches would probably be the most I would go, just in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think this slide that we're looking at, number 76, the front porch section, is one of the key sections because, and Commissioner Barth, thank you. I appreciate your point taken on the columns, and I'm totally cool with that. It's this front porch section on the right side of here that's showing the 1'1" dimension on the eave, and that's the eave that I would hope would match the other eaves on the house. And Commissioner Barth, are we in agreement on that, or did I just misinterpret that?
Yeah, I would. The way I interpret this is, I guess we're looking back at the gable of the porch, and this overhang here, 1'1", on drawing, well, front porch section, the one on the right. You know, I think that should probably match the other 2 foot or 2'6". I can't tell what it is. The deeper overhang. Those should probably be consistent across that front porch.
Thanks. That was my reading too. I appreciate that.
All right, anyone else? So there are a number of things that need to be addressed. This sounds like a continuance. And PJ, you've been taking notes. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got notes.
Yeah.
It sounds like a continuance. I've got very poor notes when it comes to the ADU. So is there anything specific on the ADU?
Well, won't the ADU change with the height of the main structure changing? I mean, it would have to in order to be secondary.
So
I don't know if we can address that until the primary structure is addressed.
Okay. No, I think that, I mean, I think that's great. We'll just say that we didn't consider the ADU, and the ADU kind of flipping through the guidelines for the number. It just needs to make sure that it is subservient, my words, not theirs, to the main house, right?
Yeah, secondary.
In terms of height, width, massing, secondary. Thank you.
Mhm.
So I just taking some notes.
I think it's 8.9, PJ.
Yep.
Yeah, 8.9. What number is number 3. 8.9, number 3, or just 8.9. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll probably be all of 8.9 because it's going to change.
Okay. All right, I'm prepared to make a motion if there are no other questions or comments.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following. Height per guideline 6.6, number 2. Reduce the height to be no taller than the tallest historic single-family house within 360-degree view. Trees, provide accurate tree sizing and a planting plan that does not leverage the planting strip. Provide a tree protection plan for the front trees, and evaluate other construction or foundation techniques to minimize the impact on the root structure. Next, fenestration. Add a shared jamb for clustered windows. On the main level on the front elevation, the windows should be larger and aligned to a hierarchy in window size and dimension between the first floor and the second floor. And the windows on the right and left elevation towards the front of the house should be larger. And the second level windows need to better align with the height. Next, foundation. Per guideline 6.9, number 1, relate the height of the foundation to the height of the foundations on the historic buildings within the context. Porch, increase the width of the front porch. Overhang, ensure that the eave overhangs on the porch match the main house. And lastly, ADU, ensure that you follow guideline 8.9 when revising the height of the main house.
All right. Thanks, PJ. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Heineman?
PJ, I have a friendly amendment for you. The first is on the level 2 windows relative to the height. I think it is relative to the second level window height in the context. So it's specific to the height of this house and the surrounding houses, the head height of those windows. The porch width really is related to the tightness to the windows on the main level. So I don't know that we can give specific guidance. Obviously, we're not allowed to, but I think the porch width has to do with the breathing room relative to the location of the main level windows. If there's a way that we can adjust that, I'm not sure. Once the windows change, this width might be perfect, or if the windows are retained in this width, maybe we only need 1 foot. I think that's a little bit of a floating thing. And then I just want to mention for the benefit of the applicant, because I'm not sure that we really adequately addressed a question about how to go about the tree in the front and the structure to protect the tree, that is really a coordination process between the architect, the engineer, and the arborist. So it's not a straightforward answer. There is a bit of back and forth and coordination between those parties to arrive at that answer. I don't think the motion needs that. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, PJ, are you adopting that?
Yeah, I accept those. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay. And Commissioner Barth?
I know we focus primarily on the front tree. Does anything need to be said about the 18-inch pecan in the back?
The one that they're maintaining?
The one that's being
Yeah.
On slide 74.
I mean, I appreciate them trying to maintain the 24-inch pecan in the center of the property. I think that's very sensitive and appreciated. You know, I just am concerned about the validity of removing the 18-inch in the back too. I don't know that we have there's a justifiable reason. Maybe there is. You know, new construction might be part of that here.
What do you think about that?
Commissioner Barth, it's worth mentioning too that there's a new concrete driveway being shown in the alley, and I do not have the expertise to know what plays into that legally in an alley, but that 18-inch pecan is affected by that concrete as well. Then I hadn't noticed that up until.
Historically, I think the alleys have remained untouched or either graveled or what we see in our neighborhoods. Usually, I don't know that I can necessarily do that. I mean, I guess that's up between them and the city.
So this is staff. This is Christy. I can clarify. Alleys are a bit of a no man's land, and they're supposed to remain open for the shared use among all property owners abutting the alley. And we as a city do not get involved in matters related to the alley at any time. So they can gravel it, they can concrete it, but they do so at their own risk in the event that a neighboring property owner would not want that.
Okay. Jim, you want to speak to the con in the back at the rear of the lot?
The one that we just talked about with the driveway?
The 18-inch.
Well, quite honestly, the garage itself may be more problematic than the driveway, to be honest. So.
There's no way.
It's going away. That one's going away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't, this is a personal bias of my part, but pecans are not really worth going to a lot of trouble to try to save. They're pretty sketchy anyway, but a tree that can live to be 1,000 years old, we should go to Herculean efforts to save that sucker.
And you're referencing the one in the front.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have our motion. We have a second. We've had some discussion. Candy, do you need the motion restated? Okay. So Candy's good. Why don't we vote? All right. So Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0. The motion to continue this application passes. Thank you, Ms. Pollard. Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Okay, are the next applicants on the line? I believe it will be another Mr. Brooks, Mr. Alan Brooks, Ms. Angie Lauer, and Mr. Andrew Rowe. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I totally skipped over on that. Let me back up. Agenda item number 4 has been deferred by the applicant to next month, and the applicant has been notified that the next month is the absolute last month that the case can be heard and will be heard regardless in November. So we're moving on to agenda item number 5. And this is 1316 Thomas Avenue, and it was continued from August. Angie, Alan, and Andrew, are y'all with us?
Yes, I'm here.
I think I am.
Okay. Have y'all been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we will swear all of you in.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I have is Andrew Rowe here too? He is.
Andrew is not on the line yet. Would you like to wait for him?
I'm gonna text him real fast if that's okay.
Okay, and if not, if he can't be ready, we will move on to the next applicant and come back to y'all.
Okay, 2 seconds, please.
Okay.
Christy,
Yes, ma'am.
he is calling in now.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to get started with just my overview, and then you should be joining just in time.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, and then we will swear all of you in after I give my overview. So the project was continued from the August 12th Historic District Commission meeting. It was continued for the height of the building, and it was also continued for guideline 6.1, the preamble, which speaks to context. And so the proposed height has changed a little bit, and the overall design of the project has also changed. And you will be able to see that as they move forward with their presentation. At this time, we are thinking we can swear everyone in. You there, Andrew?
Christy, this is Candace. I don't see Andrew yet.
Christy, is there a way to start? He can get sworn in if he needs to add to the discussion?
Yes, we will ask him to maybe coordinate with you and Alan on any questions or comments that he might have if he's not sworn in. Angie and Alan. All right.
Yeah, we did review with him yesterday
Okay.
details, so.
Okay, thank you.
Go forward.
Kim's gonna swear you both in, so if you would raise your right hand, please.
They were just sworn in.
Oh, you just sworn them in?
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, go for it, Angie and Alan. My bad.
Okay, thank you. So, at the last meeting, the height surfaced as the topic for the deferral, noting that the scheme had the height and the street appearance of a two-story structure, when the other immediate context on the block was a one-story or a 1.5 story. So based on 6.6, item number 1, an argument could be made to justify such that, had been done in Dilworth on our corner study homes that Jessica had referred to in the August meeting. Second, that we use the larger scaled structures to have a scale reducing technique as based on your guidelines of 6.6 as well. We were asked to study the 363 homes or structures in the area, although it says of the same type, and you just mentioned that in your previous submission. Unfortunately, there is not similar types within a 360 degree that are within the district. So just as a review, to the right or to the south of the property is a commercial bungalow that is a tattoo shop. To the east is a commercial 4-story building that has the alleyway for parking. Directly to the west, on slide 114, as Christy's pointing out, is a parking lot. And the, so of like structures or like type, there aren't any. So we have to actually go outside of the district for like. So the purpose, the proposed before you attempts to address both viewpoints with the building size, spacing, scale, height, width, and materials with the street presentation, but in a different format. So it was changed from a 2-story to a 1.5 stories with a center gable and an engaged tower at the corner. If Christy, you can move to slide 120, you can see the difference from the August submission. The other structures in context on the street are actually either a 1-story bungalow or a 1.5-story Queen Anne Victorian. And they literally and virtually alternate architectural styles as you go down the street on both sides of the street. One of the things that we took from the Queen Anne style, which is what you have before you, is the tower element. Whereas in the August submission, we attempted to do that in a 2-story Victorian in the upper exhibit on slide 120, is the toilet feature. So the other element that we did is we actually pushed if you go to slide 121, so the front elevation was proud and aligned with the columns at the front of the structure, whereas now we have moved back the primary thermal wall and allowed the turret to be a prominent element. So the property is actually skewed and then becomes a 2-story space. So it is a transparent feature that has windows on 3 sides. If you can depict that, Christy, on slide 121. Thank you. But it is an anchor and it announces this corner. It also serves as the street frontage, maintains the setback and the distance from the streets with its mass not in plane. This design may look familiar to some of you. It was mentioned in our last meeting with a prominent corner study of the Rayner home, which was on the corner of Cleveland and Worthington. The front elevation of the study was also included in our presentation. Thank you, Christy.
Angie, I'm not sure which slide you want me to go to.
I'm sorry if you thought it had been included, but it's not.
I don't remember seeing that.
Okay.
Okay.
Not to worry, not to worry. But I think a lot of the commissioners do remember the Rayner house, where we did what were prominent corner studies or anchors to the neighborhood. They were actually the announcement of either the entry or the exit of the neighborhood. So and I'm sorry, please forgive if you don't have it. It was the Rayner home, which was a commercial and residential corner. And Alan, you can chime in on this if you may.
Yes, I would like to. What we were trying to do was to scale down as the, I think there's some repetition. I'm not sure if I can help that or. But anyway, what we're trying to do was to scale down a 2-story presentation into a 1.5 story, more compatible with the houses of a similar style on the street. And also, one thing we were hoping to accomplish was in that there is no usage type. It's a commercial structure I think in the entire district, that we were using the residential looking model as the design. And of note, there are other houses that are historic landmarks throughout, well, the city and historic districts that utilize, that are even commercial usage that are in the neighborhood. The Victoria in Plaza Midwood is a residence and historic landmark. And it's of a similar nature. This one is in the Plaza Midwood area and in the district along the plaza. And the next one is the
Parker.
The Parker house, and it is on Central Avenue. It sort of exists as a lone example of architecture mixed in with new or later modern commercial structures. So it kind of sets apart. It's in a residential neighborhood, but it's for commercial use. Not far, down Central Avenue. So a next example is just Berry Hill, and this has a tower feature, and it's very much of a landmark house in the Fourth Ward district. Just to go on, and a next example is the Moment Bagley house, also in Fourth Ward. It has a tower feature, and it's sort of low there, when other houses have been torn down and infilled. And another example, that's Crutchfield Bromar House in Dilworth, and a tower feature, commercial use, infilled in. So the reason we kind of included these was to say that there's really no type of commercial structure, but that as a house, as a house presentation, it could be a sort of a landmark design that would almost call attention to itself as demarcation for the entering the historic district, as seen from Central Avenue. And if you think that the other approach would be to subdue it, so you would not recognize the commercial structure and it would not announce itself. So we took the opportunity to provide, if you go back to the elevation on the front.
Slide 120. Yes.
So it would have a sort of lower story and a half presentation on the left-hand side that faces the district, and identifying element as on the right-hand side going out of the district, and with a portal, a porch as well, facing the street.
Can you go to slide 121, Christy? And one of the things that we did in order to achieve both, program requirements as well as district requirements is we slid the second floor back, and that provided an opportunity to actually create a rear porch as well, as you see in the lower portion of the October submission on slide 121. So it allows us to now have a back porch from what is really considered the main entry, which is the rear at the parking lot side. One of the other things that we had to review was the fenestration. Because there are code requirements as far as fire separation, you can see actually the display of table 705.8 of the North Carolina Building Code that dictates the penetration openings or the maximum square footage for openings. Slide 122 is the rear, which is actually the front. And before we had a canopy single over the doors in the August submission. In the October submission, which doesn't look much different, it does allow us to incorporate the columns on the back that are similar to the columns on the front, which is slide 120. If you go to slide 123, please. This is actually as you're leaving the district going towards Plaza or towards Central Avenue, and you would be driving west, I believe, or so, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what you would see driving out of the district. So the front thermal wall was set back significantly in order to achieve that. Now, I know you're probably going to address the height. In the submission of the Rayner home, which was on Worthington and Cleveland, we were granted a little bit of design liberties with the turret, as the turret was a little bit taller than the main roof structure. And as you could see the dimension on slide 120, the primary structure and the roof changed slightly, but in order to develop that turret in the appropriate proportions, we had to increase the height of the turret slightly. And I believe we've hit all the points, unless Andrew Rowe would like to add anything to the commentary.
Andrew, this is Christy. Hi, we need to swear you in before you can add anything. So if you would just raise your right hand and respond what Kim has to say.
Respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Andrew, would you please state your name and address?
Andrew Rowe, and it's 1316 Thomas Avenue.
Thank you. And you feel free to proceed.
I'll be brief, but I'm just going to add that we've gone back. We went back to the drawing board and we heard everything. We heard scale reducing techniques. We heard study this in the context of an entry of the neighborhood and the height. We heard 1.5 stories. And these are all the things I believe that we heard in our takeaways from our August review. And we heard 1.5 stories to fit in and try to fit in on the street. And I think Angie and Alan have done a great job in hearing those things and coming back with a design that meets, goes to 1.5 stories, achieves some scale reducing techniques on the front, but also creates something that was asked for in our original planning and our original workshop, which is something that's attractive and a focal point as you enter into the neighborhood. Not just for our own benefits, but something to mark the entry into the historic district with what will be behind a lot of higher future development on the commercial properties along Central Avenue. So I applaud them. I think they did a great job, and that's it.
Thank you, Andrew. Alan and Angie, I neglected to have you state your names and addresses. If we could just fix that for the court reporter, please.
Yes, I'll go first. Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte.
Angie Lauer, 925 Pine Forest Road, Charlotte.
Did you catch that, Candy? Angie, you broke up a little. What's your address again, please?
It is 925 Pine Forest Road.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you all for your testimony. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this application? Nope. All right, commissioners, take it away.
I'm sorry, raised hand. Sorry. I got a question for the applicant. As far as you made the comment, the rear is the front. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Yes, so if you were to go back to the slide, Christy, where it shows the site plan, which is slide 117. Okay, the primary parking is to the rear of the property, which is actually the east side. And so the main entrance into the building, which is actually to the rear. So the front entrance, while there is a front pedestrian entrance, this is a commercial building, a commercial build. So the primary entrance, as I stated, is underneath the canopy of the rear.
Okay. Do you have a HVAC location shown in these drawings? I couldn't see it when you were going through.
I believe they were in the previous submission, but they are in the back left corner of the property. Right there on slide 17, Christy is pointing to the northeast corner of the property.
Okay.
And Chris, if I may add, so if you could see the one-way in and out, the out direction is shared by the commercial structure that is a 4-story apartment.
Yeah, I remember that from last time or when you guys came in early.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions? Chris?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We have another question. Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, what the material was for the siding?
It is the Hardy Artisan.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Heineman.
Thanks. I just wanted to say to Angie and Ellen, I know you guys have a significant body of research on these corner lots that we've talked about a couple of times. And I would love for you guys to sort of put that, if you're willing, to put it on record with the city, because I think it's really meaningful. And I think obviously you took the feedback very seriously and have come up with a completely different scenario that still satisfies the programmatic requirements of this project, that really does speak to the threshold between the commercial district and the residential district, speaks to the odd shape of the lots, and really has the quality of a gateway into the residential piece. So thank you for the seriousness with which you've approached it. And I would love for the city to have a copy of that body of research that's, you know, fully credited to the two of you, if that's something you're willing to do.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner Heineman.
Absolutely. We'd be honored to submit that. And Alan Brooks, he and his historic knowledge of Charlotte is peerless. Maybe one other person, but peerless.
All right. Thank you all. Any other comments before we close for deliberation? Let's close. All right. Why don't you kick off the discussion, Chris Murin?
All right. Sounds good. I was not here for the August meeting, so I just want to say that before I get into some of these notes, because I think I definitely see where they're coming from and some of the design ideas that they're using as this gateway. But for me, I believe that the building is still too big for what it's next to. The references that they had were not, I don't want to say applicable, that's too strong, but for me, they were not enough in the context of where this is going to show a likeness. I know this is a hard site and always has been from the time they first showed it to us. So I think I do appreciate the amount of research that's gone into this, but I think for me, at the end of the day, this is still right next to single-story housing, and I realize that the information that was provided with the heights of the houses around are ballparked, maybe, but none of them that are even close, in my eyes, have this two-story form or function or whatnot. So for me, I would like to hear what the other commissioners have to say, especially the ones that were here in August, unlike myself, to kind of create this discussion, because I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Read the notes and read everything in there, but to me, they came back with a taller building when we asked them to look at the height of the building and the context and the scale reducing techniques. For me, yes, they're creating this pillar, this cornerstone for the entry into the historic district, but they're not doing it within, in my eyes or in my view, that the scale context of this building. This thing is still very big. And I'm not sure how we can go around it, but the fact that we're putting retail in a historic district and entering through the back, I think is not the way to do it.
If I can just say one thing, we do not get into use in historic districts. So if they're entering in the back, entering in the front, it's all about the design and the appropriateness of the design for both the architectural style that has been chosen, as well as the location, context, and the district itself. So if everyone could just table that use, how the building circulation will occur, anything like that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. How about how it addresses the street?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Okay. Well, see where you're coming from. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you, Chris.
Chris, I was just going to speak to guidelines 6.7, number 3. You touched on it. Care should be taken to design larger scale structures on the edges of the district, which this is, where residential streets meet corridors with different zoning. In these instances, the new building should use scale reduction techniques on elevations that face historic dwellings. And between August and this month, I think they've done a tremendous job doing that. By creating the turret, even though it sticks up higher, there's more, the windows, the triples on the top and bottom kind of make it feel lighter to me. And I think they've spoken to the things that we requested they do back in August. Commissioners, any other thoughts about that or what Chris has said? Commissioner Barth?
So I live on Thomas Avenue and I walk by this vacant lot nearly every day. I have to say, I appreciate what Angie and Alan have done. I think it's a thoughtful design. I think it's complementary to the neighborhood. I do not think that this would offend me having walking by it every day. I mean, currently it's a vacant lot and is overgrown with grass and things like that. I think its response to the residential property to the north is thoughtful. I'd like to see that wall brought in a little bit, but again, I think this is a pretty good solution to getting a tenant and a business that would contribute to the neighborhood in Plaza Midwood.
Commissioner Mehren?
If we're looking at 6.73 and it says that the use of scale reduction techniques on elevations that face the historic dwellings, there's nothing that's been updated in their submission on that side. And then that's where especially next to the single family housing that's going to be across from a one-way drive. It's that, I mean, I definitely understand the architectural significance they're putting on the opposite side that is close to Midwood, and I agree with that. But as far as the building trying to step down in scale, mass, or anything, nothing is addressing that. The fact that this is next to a single family house, in my opinion, I should say. Excuse me.
Okay.
So I don't think it's that sheet, Christy. One of the, I apologize, I got too many windows open.
Sure. I had, the only reason I had 120 up is because it shows the addition of that front porch that reduces the scale and aligns with the houses on the street and sort of this vertical line, and it was just kind of illustrating the differences, but maybe you could share a little more with what your thoughts are as it relates to the change from the August to the October.
I got you. Yeah,
Okay.
I believe it's the next sheet, and I see now, Christy, with what you're calling out. I appreciate that, because the elevations are not. Is it the one after or the one? That one. The elevations are not friendly on that side of the building, showing depth. That turn could probably be a little bit lighter to show that that's back in plan.
Okay.
But other than that, I mean, the volume, so the corner has been stepped back, but still as the, words escaping me, excuse me, the windows in the middle and the roofing that's stepping out, that whole floor, for me, is still pretty mammoth on that second story that's next to a single family house.
And I'd just like to note, we're talking about slide 123 right now.
Correct, yeah, on the proposed left elevation.
Okay, Commissioner Henningsen?
Yeah, so let's talk about the single family house. So if we can go to the Zetwell survey, I don't know what slide that is. Yeah, perfect.
Slide 124.
Okay. 124, thank you. So again, just thinking back to height, what height is being used to justify the 26 feet 9 inches? And if I look down below, Christy, could you scroll down a little bit? The house that's directly under, 1319 Thomas. So that appears to be 27 feet 3 inches or so. It's a historic ridge line. So, I mean, Chris, just thinking about single family homes, if that's the tallest house, historic house, single family house that they can use as a reference, it's within 360 degree view, and it's still taller than the single family homes that flank this new construction.
Yeah.
So maybe the conversation is not, I don't say dwarfs, but maybe the conversation is larger than the adjacent single family homes. Maybe the talk track is, hey, within 360 degrees, there's another historic house that's 27 feet 3 inches. So just a little bit, so it's just a little bit larger. So from a height perspective, Angie's design meets our guidelines for height.
Okay, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm going to guess, because I haven't been able to locate it, but are you using gravel in that driveway so that you can achieve the impermeable, permeable ratios?
It's commercial, Commissioner Walker, so.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Christy is saying we'd still like to know, so let's get it on record.
I'd still like to know the material, so for purposes of the COA and construction, so it's a good question. The permeability just doesn't apply in this specific case.
So, Angie, Allen, will you all answer that for us so we can get it on the record? Oh, sorry, I closed it. Let's open it up for Angie and Allen. Thanks. You guys are good.
You guys are really good.
So we've reopened. Angie, Allen, what's the material that will be in the parking lot?
I think I can answer that. This is Andrew Rowe, the petitioner.
Okay, Andrew.
The right side shared driveway coming out is already asphalt, the one shared with the condominium association. we intend to do asphalt on the rear parking spots that's marked in 2 and 5, and then the entry drive behind the sidewalk and landscaping, kind of right there by the first arrow would start decorative gravel. Yep, in that area all the way to the other arrow would be decorative gravel.
Okay. Thanks, Andrew. All right, we'll reclose.
There's one other point that I was going to make.
We'll reopen.
There was a comment about the height of the other houses on the block, but if you look at their width in proportion, they are much wider than this structure. Just as a note.
Okay, duly noted. Thanks, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll close again. Commissioner Heineman.
Christy, could you go back to the site plan that we were just on? I don't know the number of it.
Slide 117.
And zoom in, yeah. My question is, and I may need the commissioners who have more experience with commercial than I do to weigh in on this. I do know that at the edges of the district where a lot of the residential properties are used for commercial, the functional entrance really is the rear entrance, and the street entrance is, either historic or designed to comply with our guidelines. And these homes that have been either historic, adaptive, reused to commercial, or new construction for commercial have to meet all these ADA requirements, and we just can't successfully do that in the front. So the functional entrance is at the back to meet those, right? So I'm fine with the street entrance being the historic district entrance and the functional commercial use entrance being at the back. That's a lot of the commercial buildings that I am a patron of in the districts. The question I have is, and I need someone to weigh in on it, is the drive itself is 12 feet wide and it's against the house. And the site plan is showing a fence that's 4 feet into the property and a row of evergreens, which I think is a huge nod to the neighbor. Those evergreens are being shown to be planted at 8 feet tall. So very quickly, they will really start to mediate the side elevation of this building. I, in some ways, wish all of that could be shifted a little further over to the neighbor, although I know this all needs to happen on this piece of property for legal purposes, and that there was just a little bit of a space between the drive and the house. I mean, a car can't drive right up against that house anyway without damaging it. So if we could have a tiny bit of softness against the house at whatever scale is appropriate and safe for the foundations of the house, I think that would help a lot. With our reading of the side elevation, although I think it's really important for us to consider what the property owners are doing for the neighbor with this huge evergreen hedge and the fence being they're giving 4 feet to the neighbor in order to accomplish this evergreen hedge.
This is Christy. Jessica, I think all of that is very astute and well received. And I would just, from staff's perspective, we're really thrilled to hear that, and I'm going to point it out, that this area is going to be gravel. But I think you're really right that even if there can just be 12 inches or something of some kind of vegetation to delineate that between the gravel, that would help in case this property would change hands in the future, and that a future owner would not come in without our knowledge and just pave up to the foundation of the property, which is something that we disallow in historic districts.
And something that happens by accident all of the time, right?
Right.
I don't know if there is an opportunity in the site plan to, push those trees a tiny bit closer to the property line, push the fence a foot closer, and push the edge of the drive a foot closer, and get 12 to 24 inches of any kind of plant material against the edge of the house. I mean, in a perfect world, it would be, trellises and vines as you'd see on a Queen Anne, but I don't know that we can dictate that.
Right. And that's definitely something that if the commission feels strongly about, you can give to staff to work with the applicant on.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thanks, Jessica. Any other comments, commissioners? It sounds like from our discussion that for the most part, we're in agreement with this new design. So does anyone feel like making a motion? Let me rephrase that. Who will make a motion? Is that Chris Mern?
I apologize. I got one quick question, and then I think my fellow commissioners have made very good points, so I appreciate their input on this. With the survey that they have, is that to be stamped as far as the heights of the structures around? Because to PJ's point, I see where he's referring to across the street that they are taller, but if you look on a Google Street View, which is where I started looking at it, they don't appear to be, I mean, maybe it's my eyes are playing tricks on me and the fact that there's no windows on the second floor, but that first house being 27.3, I think is a little gracious. So that's a document that's stamped and executed by somebody? Because I couldn't find anything on there.
Yeah, so this has been cut and paste so that they could fit all three together. But these documents were given to them by staff, and Andy Zotwell's group prepared them for the commission. Yeah, and we have the originals on hand. If you would like me to include those in any way in future applications, I'm glad to.
No, that's cool, as long as it's a stamped document, just because that 27.3 is what hinges on that discussion, and it does not appear to be that. But knowing that they have their nook of what they do in this world, that's good enough for me. We don't need to address anything with the shakes, even though they're being shown in the elevation as a material. They said they were just using the Hardy Artisan line.
Good catch.
Why don't we open it back up to ask? So we're going to open it up. Angie, Alan, Andrew, you want to speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. If you can go back to slide 122. There you go, 121. So the majority of the slide, except for the accent pieces, will be Hardy Artisan, and you will have shake in the feature elements of the gables. So.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thanks, Angie.
Is it wood shake or is it Hardy shake?
I believe.
So the plans may have said Hardy shake, but
yes, and also in the back, we're using the panel system in the back portion. So I'm sorry, Jill. I was looking at the majority of the materials, but it is a Hardy product. Yes.
Since we're open, I mean, if the notes are confusing, we can agree to wood shake for the cedar if we need to. I'm fine.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Andrew.
Staff can note it.
Yep. All right. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So we're closing. Who wants to make a motion? Who will make a motion?
Hey, Kim, hold on one second. So there's also mention to Hardy panels, maybe towards the back. Did I miss that?
This is Jessica. I would love to speak to that. When we have these projects that have panel details or board and batten details, I believe in the past, I don't know that we've talked about it recently on projects. I am a strong supporter of using the panels with wood battens. They're dimensionally so much more stable and really contribute to the longevity of these projects. So particularly in new construction, I'm a huge fan of the Hardy panels in this application. They really do look the same as the sheets of, high grade plywood, but they are dimensionally more stable and consistent, and probably better building science for new construction in the districts.
Okay.
We've also, if I may add, we've also allowed them in the past on additions to historic buildings where there has been areas to match historic board and batten. On the new addition, you've allowed hardy panels.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for
Christy, thank you for
clarifying.
that. That's 100% true.
This doesn't look like board and batten though. This looks like a panelized wall. I mean, that's more of a modern. That doesn't read to me like a paneled wall or anything. I mean, I see two on that elevation we're looking at right now. I just see two panels there, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, does that jive with our vernacular, or are we looking at this as purely a back part of a new construction? That's a modern interpretation.
Yes, what you just said.
Okay.
Okay. Everyone clear on any points of confusion? Okay. And we can always reference, and I think we should, that staff will review the materials. Okay. Motion? Chris, since you were the lead on this, you want to take a stab at it? Or if not, if there's another commissioner who's already started making a motion, we can work as a team.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable making it after the points that I raised.
Okay, that's fair and it makes sense.
Thank
All
you.
right. Yep.
So
could we have maybe one
what
of
were we hung
our
up on? Oh, hold on. So I mean,
Let's-
I think our. Oh, go ahead.
Y'all, it is 4:00 and we are on case number 5 and we didn't do case number 4. So
PJ, what were you asking? What are you asking?
No, I was just going to say. I mean, I think I'm hearing this as a motion to approve with the locations of the AC units being put on the site plan if they're not already there, and to use wood shake.
Yeah.
Unless I missed something.
And the planting strip up against the building.
Exactly.
And a planting strip up against the building. So if I didn't miss it, so then I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as written with the following updates. The AC units location of the AC units to be documented on the site plan, wood cedar shake to be used, and not a planting strip, but vegetation strip, grass strip, something. In
Planting
between the
strip
concrete and
is
the house.
perfect.
Planting
Yeah.
strip, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, do I have a second for PJ's motion?
Second.
Jessica, I'll second.
I'm sorry, who was it? Who?
I think we'll give it to Chris Barth.
Okay, Chris Barth. Second, Chris Barth. Any discussion of the motion? All right. Let's take a roll call. Chris Barth.
Yes.
Jim Hayden.
Yes.
Joe Walker.
Yes.
PJ Henningsen.
Yes.
Chris Mirren.
Yes.
Jessica Heineman.
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. 7-0, motion passes. Thanks, Angie, Alan, Andrew. Good luck.
Thank you.
I know that we're running short on time, but yeah. Why don't can we call a 7? Okay, so why don't we take 7? All right.
Oh, sounds like we're unmuted. Okay. Tim, are you on the line with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hey,
Is it just you today or is Shanna coming too?
it's just me. She might pop in, but she's doing some work.
Okay, okay. Well, welcome. Have you been sworn in yet?
I have not.
Okay, we'll do that first.
I will swear you in. All right, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, the next application is 1028 Alworth Avenue. It is continued. The commission, you need to make a decision this month. This is the end of your time to make a decision. The items for which it was continued includes trees, side porch, addition, fenestration, and then some other modifications that could be approved by staff and material specifications. So Tim, I'm going to turn it over to you if you want to talk through some of the changes and we'll get going.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief because I caught the tail end of the last one that you guys are running a little delayed. So I'll try to be respectful of your time and just hit some of the highlights.
Tim, thank you. I'm so sorry. I forgot. Would you please state your name and your address?
Yep. Timothy Sheriff, 1028 Isleworth Avenue.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And so as I stated, I'll just kind of hit the highlights of really what was addressed at the last meeting. I'm sure most of you are fairly familiar with our project because we've been here a few times. So as you can see, just on this the 3D image on the left-hand side, the side porch, initially we had proposed a second story addition on top of that. Based on the commission's recommendation, we removed that. And so now it is just the same existing first floor side porch that was already there. We did make some changes a little bit to the windows on there that we had discussed. And then what was really the key points on it were the columns and panels that were addressed. And so we, kind of highlighted the side column on the corner to make it appear as more of a porch. And so that's kind of it in a nutshell. With the removal of the second story, it did allow us to keep the existing windows above the second story. So those are just going to maintain as they are. Yeah, Christy, this one right here, if you can zoom in on the right site plan. There's been some conversation about the trees. And so at the very back part of the property, there's two not at the back part, probably in the middle of the site plan there, you'll see two poplar trees. One of them is kind of at the very back in the kitchen area, and the other one is almost right in the back porch. And so those, we are suggesting to remove them, and we'll discuss it in a minute, but there's some, there was a certified arborist that had reviewed them, actually multiple. We talked to Hartwood and then Robert Jones, the certified arborist that gave us information and obviously sent us with the letter regarding these trees. And both of them are mature poplar trees. We've had issues with them already just since we've been awaiting historic approval and kind of going through this process. They dropped really heavy limbs on our house. It's actually ripped off the entire back eave and gutter on the back part of the existing property. And then another entirely separate area, it punctured a hole in the roof of it. And so that's just the limbs that have fallen in the last few months from these two trees. And so as I'm sure you guys are all aware, poplars are really shallow roots. And I think based on conversations with both of these arborists through Hartwood and then obviously Robert Jones, they're telling me that they're just older trees that are going to need to be removed fairly soon. And so we'll address that in a few. But I think other than that, you can see from the right side elevation, there was some conversation about windows that initially we didn't have the addition portion of what is added on the right side. The windows were not matching, specifically the H and I windows. And so we made those to be the same specifications as the existing window of what is on the structure, I think in accordance with what the commission had recommended on that. The other thing that we did is, Christy, if you can keep scrolling there, we found some brick that we were looking at. This is a picture of the left side of the elevation of the house, existing of what is currently standing on the house, measurements of the brick, along with, you can kind of see some close-up detailed color of it. And so, as you can see, these bricks are roughly 7.5 inches long and about 2 inches wide. And then this is, if you keep going, this is the brick that we had found that we feel like it's from Statesville brick that matches very closely. I think it's the closest thing that we were able to find to kind of match that Carolina brick color. And it has almost exactly the same texture of what these bricks have. Some of the existing bricks have been worn and weathered a little bit, but overall, I think it matches very closely. The next slide has some measurements of what we took of the proposed brick, which are 2 inches wide. And then I apologize, this next one's upside down. Oh, no, it's not. Christy must have fixed it. So it's 7.5 inches long on that. So they're almost identical to the same width and length of these bricks. And like I said, the color and texture of them almost matches identically. I don't know if we could have gotten any closer on that. And other than that, we addressed this is the tree letter. And so this is from the certified arborist Robert Jones, basically stating that both of the trees are poplar trees, full maturity, and that they're going to need to be removed, and that they're going to continue to shed the heavy limbs and branches as I discussed. The next one is there's 2 trees on the property that are going to remain. One is a really nice willow oak that's actually beautiful, and the other is a massive magnolia tree that's probably my favorite tree. And both of those are going to remain, and so we're going to try to do everything we can to protect those. And this is a tree protection plan that we have proposed to support those. And based on the commission's, recommendations on that, hopefully this meets the guidelines of what we're trying to meet on that. The only other thing that I think that was addressed was there was some conversation about the back door porch that we addressed with some of the additional new panes. And Christy, you can see that from the rear elevation. The bottom rear elevation right there, we just made the panes to match exactly what the existing, or like both the existing and new proposed windows are going to be.
That was slide 154.
Oh, and I apologize. One other thing on there. If you look at the left side elevation again, there was some conversation about the HVAC screening. And on that, we have just added in there that we're going to, even though the HVAC units are recessed and you really probably can't even see them from the street, we are stating that we're going to put some screening. I think it's even on the site plan as well. And that is it for me. Like I said, I'll be short.
Thanks, Tim. All right. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? No. All right. So, commissioners, questions of Tim.
This is Jessica. I think this one is still on my list, and I am happy to report that I'm going to be very concise as well. The applicant has done a great job addressing all of our feedback from the last meeting, and I really, truly don't have comments. I would love for Commissioner Hayden to speak to the tree protection plan. It looks good to me. The 6x the diameter of the tree, it sounds good to me. But I'd love for Commissioner Hayden to speak to that. And I'll just say to the applicant, just please take that tree protection plan so seriously, because even the best contractors in the world, are not there when something gets dropped off and then all of a sudden you have 4 pallets of brick on your brood zone. So, so just please take that part seriously. But Jim, I'm going to turn it over to you and ask you to speak to the tree protection.
Okay, based on everything I see written here, I think this is a more than adequate tree protection program. I strongly encourage the applicant to follow it to the letter and to allow his consultant to come in and do the inspection and the education and all the things that he's called out to do, because that should assure that the success of the tree protection. Thank you.
All right. So, if there are no objections, why don't we close for deliberation? All right. Jessica, it sounds like you were making a motion.
Yeah, I'm fully prepared to make a motion on this one. I move to approve this application as drawn today.
All right, is there a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by Jim Hayden. All right, any discussion of the motion? Going once, going twice. All right, well, let's do a round robin vote. Chris Barth,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Jill Walker,
Yes.
PJ Henningsen,
Yes.
Chris Murin,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. The motion passes 7-0. Congratulations, Tim.
Thank you. As educational as this has been, I'm happy to not have to come before you guys again.
Understood.
Thanks, Tim.
Come on.
All right, let's move on to the next application.
Hey. Deb, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, welcome.
Hey, thanks. How are you?
Good, good. Okay, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll let Kim do that while I find your slides.
Deborah, if you'll please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following questions or question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and Deb, I'm just gonna ask you to speak up as much as you can. We're having just a little hard time hearing.
This, is that a little better?
Oh, so much better. Okay, so
Is that a little better?
Yes, so much better. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, sorry, I've
Okay.
been having some audio trouble with the computer.
Oh, we've had all kinds of trouble today, so just you're in good company.
Yeah, the technology gremlins today.
Yes, exactly. I would like to explain a little bit about your application to the commission before I turn it over to you, simply because it's a lot different than what they continued it for. So this application was actually continued for replacement windows to provide additional information. And I am thrilled to announce that Deb has found someone to restore her windows, and so she has withdrawn her request for replacement windows. She has run into a bit of a struggle with the pitch of the approved addition, though. And so last meeting, the rear addition was approved for staff to either approve a 2 and 12, a 3 and 12, or a 4 and 12 pitch. But due to the unique circumstances of this house and what she's trying to accomplish programmatically, it's just, she can't get there. So she is back here today with actually a revised request for the dormer and the dormer pitch, and raising that to be a nearly flat roof with, I believe, a metal roof, but since it's flat, she's limited in options to metal or a membrane roof. So with that, Deb, I'm going to turn it over to you. Correct anything I misspoke about, and feel free to explain why you need this change to the roof pitch.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And a big thank you to Christy and Candace and you all too. Yeah, we were able to finally find somebody to give a really good assessment of those windows and get them signed up to work on those. So super excited. So that's off the table. And last time we met, you approved the shed dormer. But the challenge, if you go back to the beginning, I'll just highlight where it is on the house. So it's back behind the L of the house on the right side, the proposed location of the dormer, with the arrow going there. And so it really is the dormer and the screen porch are the two additions to the house, or the modifications to the outside exterior in this pretty major renovation project. So lots to the structure of this house have to happen. So the front doesn't change. Keep going. The left side doesn't change at all, so that is not behind the L, so that's all remaining intact. It's the right elevation that is changing. And so what happened which I have highlighted on one of the slides, but the dormer that you approved with the pitch you approved, when we dropped it down 6 inches per your guidelines, and then also because that spans the full length rather than being split in half by, I'm not an architect, so I apologize, but the triangle roof, it means the beams have to be wider across the whole entire span. So that actually, both of those pieces ended up dropping the roof line at the windows to the point where it's an unusable room and non-conforming bedroom. So we're adding it as a 3rd bedroom. So you can see this drawing from the right elevation is with that 6 inches drop from the pitch of the roof and the reduced pitch of the roof. We did put the 3 windows together as you requested, so that has been done. So if you go on, so this is what it looks like from the rear of the house with the shed roof. And again, this is just to reorient you to where it's going behind this L, the L of the house. And from the front, you really cannot see where the dormer is going. So this is pictures from the front corner of the house where you would see it going in. There's a person standing back there so you can get a sense of the scale. Next. So that's the reorientation. So these are the 3-dimensional drawings with the reduced pitch of the dormer. And I'm not sure why the windows aren't correct in the dormer here, but it is the 9/1. Oh, that's the one that you approved. I'm sorry. Keep going. So for the one you approved, this is what it ended up doing to the room, the one room that's being added upstairs. Because of where the stairs have to come up to have the appropriate headroom by code, it ends up being about 11.5 by 15 room. And so this is a person who's 5'7", standing at the end of that room, and it pitches over, which means that it is a non-conforming bedroom at this point. And some of the reasons I provided earlier are there. We had dropped it, the rafter spans that are a little bit bigger. And so now we end up at essentially 5'7", where the windows are, up to 8 at the center, and a pretty, not a steep pitch, but not very useful room. Not only not useful, not conforming. If you go next slide. So the goal is this conforming 3rd bedroom, and so we've made 2 requests, but this is the one that we would prefer because it makes it really a proper space. Reducing it to the 1/4/12, so a pretty flat roof. But because that roof has such a reduced pitch, it changes the roofing materials. So it would need to be a standing seam metal roof by code. Next, the windows on this are proper. And option B is a 1/12 pitch, which does okay for a bedroom, not great if you're a taller person. Next. Oh, so that's it. So those are our two options. And I think the interior pictures aren't with those. That's why I'm confused, showing how it makes the room look on the interior. That's why I was confused.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Deborah. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? Commissioners, questions of Deborah? Commissioner Heineman?
Hi, could you Could you just clarify what you mean by non-conforming in a bedroom? I mean, this is a condition that we run into very frequently in historic homes and historic districts. And the way the code reads is that as long as 50% of the square footage is 7 feet, it meets code.
And it is.
I need some more explanation.
Yeah, so it is not 7 feet. So half of this room is not above 7 feet. It goes down to 5'7" at the windows.
So the example you've gone to 1 and 12, we don't meet that?
So that one does meet. It's just a very awkward room, but it does meet. The 2 over 12 does not meet. I should clarify that. So 50% of that room is not above 7 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Sorry, I have one more question. It appears that in the new application, we have no overhangs, and in the approval, we do have overhangs. Can you just provide some additional information there?
You're referencing slide 239 that shows the overhang, and then you're also referencing slide 240, which shows it without an overhang. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the house itself doesn't have an overhang. If you look at the reef just below on the first story, there's no overhang there. That's a bit of a challenge with this house, in honesty, but that is the reality of the house. So this one matches the first floor roofing in that way.
Thank you. Now that I go back to the photos, I can see the trim board is directly applied to the brick.
Yep. So we tried to make that with the shed roof to make it look parallel.
Commissioner Hinman, I do think you had a point though, because this will be a field of stucco to match the gable ends, which does have an overhang, unlike the field of brick, which does not.
Yeah, from a carpentry perspective, the carpenter would frame it the same relative to the stud, and so the brick would have a dimensional difference on the rake and the eave than the stucco would. So we would expect, the overhang just to match that, which is going to end up being 4 or 5 inches on a historic home. But we can figure that out.
Okay, Commissioner Barth?
Based on Jessica's comment, I would say if this was a shed roof, I would probably be more in favor of seeing an overhang versus if this is a flat roof, I'd probably want to see a 0 overhang with the molded eave with a slight overhang being the dimension of the molding itself that wraps on 3 sides of the dormer.
Commissioner Barth, I have a follow-up question to that because this is something I've been mulling over but haven't been sure how to articulate really. When we run into these situations where we really need to reduce the pitch to a flat roof on these cottage-style houses, I just feel like applying the stylistic language, the historic stylistic language, doesn't really do any favors to the context, right? It's not in the character of the district. And in some ways, doing a contemporary treatment on a flat roof dormer like this would be a better compliance with our guidelines than trying to match historic detailing to a massing that is not relevant. Maybe that's for discussion. This is something I really struggle with once we get to pitches that are completely flat like this.
I think they're just some examples out there of Tudor homes with dormers that have stucco, even timberized walls. I don't know that we necessarily have to go into that level of detail and, beat up this dormer just so they can get a functional bedroom. I guess I was just reaching out to see if that made any sense.
Are you asking me
Actually,
about the, sorry.
No, I actually think that your explanation, Commissioner Barth, is excellent, that if there's a precedent in this in Tudor, this is certainly a Tudor-inspired copy.
It's, yeah, it's in the Dropbox.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we close for deliberation? Okay, let's close and continue the conversation Chris, you and Jessica were having. So speaking to the architects, what are your thoughts on the different options we've been presented?
I think, well, I guess the overhang doesn't, and the treatment of the overhang and how it's trimmed out doesn't really agitate me as much. If Christy, you can go to the revised elevation. I do have a problem with the window height, the head height of the windows. I think I'd rather see a taller head height just so that we don't have as high-hatted of a condition there above the windows.
That's slide 241.
I mean, I'm looking at Tudor flat roof dormers, trying to find the solution to this, and I think that it's a combination of things. You know, what I'm seeing in Tudor flat roof dormers is that the roofing material wraps the sides.
Jessica, will you say that last? Jessica, will you say that last thing again? I missed it. You kind of swallowed it.
One thing that I am, sorry, thank you for saying that. I do that often. One thing that I am seeing, trying to, you know, find precedents for Tudor flat roof dormers, because I appreciate Commissioner Barth's reading of this like that. I think that's really helpful, or really meaningful to the discussion. Is one thing that I'm seeing is that the roofing material is wrapping the sides of the dormers on many of these. I don't know that that's a universal truth, but I'm seeing that frequently in the Tudor flat roof dormers that I'm finding while we discuss this. And the other is exactly what Commissioner Barth said, which is that the window head height really truly is at the trim board. There's not this field of material around it.
And Commissioner Hinman and Barth, I think that's illustrated very well in slide 240. It looks like the windows do go up to the trim board, whereas on 241, it's a completely different condition. So it might just be a matter of matching the model to the actual drawing.
But I think the condition that we're talking about with the large field above them is what they're asking for approval for.
Well, I think we might need to reopen it, but I think this drawing on 240 is a 3D rendering of what they are requesting.
No, it's not.
No?
The drawing on 240 is what they're saying doesn't work.
Okay. Well, then let's reopen for clarification. Deborah, did you hear the question?
Yeah, so we're happy to change the windows according to what you think would fit best. That's not huge. They can go up. But you're right, that drawing is a challenge drawing. That's the one that's not working. So if you go to this one, that's what we're proposing. We just had the same windows in that location. It's the exact same size.
Okay,
window.
So just to clarify for everyone, you are looking at slide 241 as the preferred option.
Yes,
okay.
That is what we would like.
Okay.
And I'm happy to make, we can make adjustments in the overhang as you see fit, or the window height as you see fit to make it blend more.
Okay. Okay, so we'll reclose. All right, Jessica, What do you think about what Deborah said?
No, I mean, I actually think this is a really compelling discussion because I think there's a lot to be commended for working with the historic house. I mean, we are not trying to blow up a house here, right? However, the massing of this this dormer is certainly challenging, and so we're balancing, you know, providing functional space within the footprint of this house and in an effort to preserve this house, which the applicant is certainly doing, right? I mean, they're restoring all the windows. In good faith, they are preserving this house. And so I think it's on us to come up with a viable solution to this problem. And I think there are going to be situations like this where there's these, you know, really stunning examples of, you know, cottages in these neighborhoods that are very difficult to add on to because of the ridge heights and code requirements. And so I truly like this reading of a flat roof Tudor dormer. I think it does solve the problem. I mean, I really feel like applying our conventional stylistic detailing to this massing does not do any favors for the house or the neighborhood. And this idea of doing a Tudor style flat roof dormer on this house, I think it really truly speaks to the intent of the guidelines and to the applicant's efforts to preserve this home.
That sounds like a great start to a motion. What do you all say about the materials?
Do we need to see trim around these windows, or I don't think I was in this review when it initially came through, so I can't speak to the styling of the dormer or the materiality of it. I mean, Jessica, what are your thoughts on trim around these windows versus on a stucco siding material?
I mean, typically I would expect to see a more substantial trim around the windows. I think the applicant has expressed a willingness to take on a detail like that. Looking at the existing photos of the rear elevation, we really don't have trim around the existing window on the rear elevation, although I would say it's probably historically correct to have trim. I mean, to your point, sometimes you would see timber detailing on these. You would just see heavier, trim elements. So I do think in an effort to be, historically correct, trim would be one way to do it. I mean, I feel like we could go in the complete opposite direction too and say this is a contemporary massing. It's a contemporary interpretation of a Tudor dormer. The roofing wraps 3 sides and the trim is minimal, right? You could go either direction and really comply with the spirit of the federal guidelines, I think.
Just be careful that we don't get into designing the project for them besides making some,
yes, exactly.
Some alterations that staff can sign off on, like window size and window trim.
And in the initial approval, those windows did not have trim.
Well, they were with the condition that trim be added to match existing in the field of siding.
Okay. So then I guess my point being, we should probably be consistent. If we were asking for trim then, maybe we should ask for trim now.
Well, I guess my counterpoint would be, and I'm okay with either direction, we were asking for a traditional massing then, and we're looking at a contemporary massing now.
Okay. So it's different.
Commissioner Barth, what do you think?
I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, you see these box dormers on the back of these Tudor houses all the time. I don't think it's very visible from the street. Like you said, it's a modern interpretation of an addition that can be easily removed in the future. I think we're okay. If I was to do it myself, I probably would have designed it differently, but I think it works here. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we in the motion would have to choose one of these options. Are you all ready to do that, or do you have additional questions or what? Because I think that we're heading towards a motion.
So you don't have to choose. You can leave it up to the applicant to work with staff.
Okay.
With the direction that it needs to be consistent with whatever language is chosen by the applicant. And I would also like to make sure that what gets in the motion is that you are technically considering the unique form of this house by allowing a flat roof, and that it's not visible, and that this more contemporary interpretation matches the specific style of house, to provide a lot of clarity on your motion.
Justification for why we're doing it.
Correct.
Okay.
Just to clarify, I would probably deny a shed roof at that pitch on this style house. I would 100% go in favor of a flat roof in this case.
That confused me. Okay. All right. One of our architects, are you ready to make a motion?
I would like to float a motion. This is Jessica.
Okay.
So if I'm hearing staff correctly, I need to start with the qualifier that according to the unique conditions in an effort to preserve this home and the unique conditions of the home, in order to proceed with this minimal intervention in the home and comply with the guidelines, we are allowing a flat roof dormer. We understand this is a contemporary massing, and in that spirit, we would approve the massing with the applicant to work with staff on either a dormer in the stylistic expression of a flat roof Tudor dormer, or the stylistic expression of a contemporary flat roof dormer, with detailing consistent with the stylistic expression.
Great. Jessica, did you mention that you can't see it from the street? That it's not visible?
I can add that. I'm happy to add that.
Thank you. All right, so you all have heard Jessica's motion. Does anyone want to second that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Chris Barth. Any discussion of the motion?
This is Jessica again. I have to say, I'm very curious. I think this may be a situation where the challenges to the original approval may put us with a better addition at the end of the day. Truthfully, I'm curious to see how it turns out.
Okay. Right. So let's vote. Oh, wait, Commissioner Walker. Jill. Oh, Jill. You raised your hand, Jill Walker. Did you mean to raise your hand, Jill Walker?
This is really for off the record, but I just wanted to say I appreciate the applicants pointing and in two of the drawings. I thought clever and kind of hilarious. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but there's a word hand and then an arrow in two different photos. Just a little light measure there that I appreciate.
Yes, slide 238.
Some much needed levity. Okay, all right, let's vote on this motion. Chris Marin.
Yes.
PJ Henningsen.
Yes.
Jill Walker.
Yes.
Jim Hayton.
Yes.
Chris Barth.
Yes.
Jessica Heineman.
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Congratulations, Ms. Thomas.
I'm sorry. Our next application is also a continuance. Nick and Steven, are you on the line with us? Okay, we are going to swear you in.
Okay, if you'll both raise your right hands and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so this next application is 1513, 1515, and 1521 South Mint Street. And it is in the Wilmore Local Historic District. It was continued for accurate drawings and more detail on the clear story addition, fenestration changes, the awnings, murals, dimensions and materials must be noted. And that the applicants were also asked to show the elevations on a side-by-side on the same page, which they have done. So I'm going to move to slide 277 and turn it over to Nick and Stephen. Nick and Stephen, if you would both please state your name and your addresses for the commission.
Nick Lischerong, 3100 Cambridge Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Stephen Overcash, 2010 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Great, thank you. Nick, and I know we've got to get you out of here, so take it away.
I appreciate that. The only
Hurry up. It's crowding, Nick.
I'll do my best. We have a baby
Water's
coming
been
this
broken.
evening,
We got to
so-
hurry.
So the only other thing I think I didn't catch in there was lighting approval, which is also in here, and I'll get to that as we're going through as well. As far as fenestration changes go, if you're looking at the slide, there are 3 that we're proposing to change, highlighted as A, B, and C. If you go to the slide, can you go to the slide that shows just A? I don't think I have this numbering on the set I printed. One more.
285 right here, A, B, and C.
There's one. Go to the next slide.
There you go.
Okay. So
Okay.
this will show the previously approved by HTC, which obviously is A. All of these are A. Then it'll show the existing opening, and then it'll show the proposed fenestration, which matches the dimensions match the existing penetration there. Right now, it's a solid roll-up door. We're just going to put storefront in there. So that's fenestration A. If you can go to the next slide, we have B. Exact same thing here, although this one's a little more challenging to tell because it at one point was actually brick. The header was lowered and it was the size of the door was decreased to put a different size garage door in there. The original door is shown in the center photo with the dimensions, as well as the far right proposed would be the actual original penetration there. Same deal with storefront on that one. And then on C, this is sort of a variation of what was approved based on, we'll get to a slide that shows how this building is demised and the life safety requirements. But essentially, if you're looking at this elevation and the center photo, where it's kind of hard to tell because it's where the word original is written, but they're 2 separate buildings. And there was a wall in there, and so we need an exit basically on both of those sides of the building for each respective space, demised space. So we're proposing to put that in the 2 windows that you see using the original height and just basically filling that in with an appropriate storefront window. And door system, of course. Let's see. And then the only thing I'll note, there's an addendum attached, which in your slide, in your presentation would be, let's see, 1, 2, 3 more slides ahead, or pages ahead. Wait, right before, sorry, go back right before that clears, right there. No, one more before that. So the A and B are the exact same as you've seen earlier in this presentation. As you look over to the far right of the east elevation, that is building 1513 that is being rebuilt. That wall is a new wall to match aesthetically, but the tenants that we have in that building, just so that they could get their proper, I guess, circulation office layout, they sent over their floor plan and requested that we modify just this rear setup. So that's the only change, as opposed to 2 doors and a window in the center. Instead, it's 2 doors and 2 windows. I'm sorry, instead of 2 doors and 2 windows, it's now 2 doors and one window.
Okay, and Nick, this is slide 290, and the addendum is slide 303. It says supplemental information. So this is, I think slide 303 is what you're referencing, showing the tenant requested change with 2 doors and a window.
That's correct. That's
okay.
That's the correct slide.
Okay.
And let's see. That's essentially everything having to do with fenestrations, anyways. Although there is, let's see, what slide is that? I think it's the life safety floor plan that I think you slipped in here. And I don't know, for some reason I'm not seeing that, but I did earlier. Let's see, where's that? It had some red life safety diagonals on it. There we go. Yep. So if you, that's a little hard to see, but basically it shows you why those doors need to be there. There have to be 2 points of egress within a certain distance of each other point of egress. So those are really the only 2 places that they could go and still get people out if the building caught on fire, God forbid. So that's really everything.
This slide, hold on, Nick, that slide 302 references back to what you were talking about on slide.
It'd be C, or one more. Yeah, so these 2.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. Those would be egress doors as opposed to windows.
Okay. 288 and 302 references. Thank you.
Sure. Would it be easier to stop and field questions on fenestrations before moving ahead, or we can do whatever's preferred?
No, I think go ahead with like the clear story option.
All right. So the clear story, if you could go to the first rendering, or actually, sorry, the second rendering. One more. There we go. So if you were standing across Mint Street and are of average, slightly above average, that would be the elevation view that you would get of the clear story. So you can't see the clear story from standing height. If you go to the next slide, that is if you were 15 feet in the air, which obviously no one would be unless you're working on a telephone pole or something, but that would be just to give you kind of a, I guess, a peek as to what it would be if you, again, could jump 8 feet in the air. And then if you go ahead to, there's a clear story elevation. Let's see.
292.
Yes, there you are. And that'll give you the full details of that clear story, the dimensions, window dimensions, etc. We will obviously match that brick to the existing construction material of the building. And then if you go to the slide right before that, 291, the north elevation of that has all the dimensions of the clear story, existing building, proposed, clear story addition, etc., combined heights. If you go, I think I want to say about 10 slides further, so maybe one more, two. Let's see. Go one more slide, please. Yeah, so this would be the actual construction set of that clear story, just to give you some additional details there. And that's really the bulk of that. I mean, there's some additional supplemental in here, but that's the idea in its entirety. You'll then go to, let's see, what slide are we on? If you could go to there's a photo of, I guess, two buildings across the street, which were originally HCC properties. And we just wanted to make sure that we were kind of getting the right inspiration for the area and something that had previously been supported. So we are obviously showing you photos of those buildings in proximity to our project, which is highlighted, I don't know, 100 feet, probably not even. In fact, they're directly across from each other at one point of the contiguous buildings. But this shows the awnings that they used. And if you'll go 4 and 5 slides ahead, it will show you the full schematic of these awnings. You were just there a second ago. They're probably.
This is it.
Slide
299.
There's a more robust one. It's just keep going, and I'll let you know when I see it again. It's hold on. Yeah, there you go. There's the second one and the one right before that. So 293, 294. Those show, I think, about everything you can show from a awning standpoint. And then if you would go, let's see, one slide past that, it will show you the light dimensions, etc. I'm not sure how easily each of you can read those, but those are 17.5 inches tall by 9 inches wide. They have like a clear seated kind of diffuser lamp on there, so it breaks up the light a little, and then it's extruded aluminum, powder coated black. And then if you look at any of the elevations, it'll also show those where they're proposed and measurements, height off the ground, etc. Let's see. You may have picked this up in the elevation, but we have nixed the murals. And so those will not be coming through, and signage will be coming through as a tenant-driven item in the future. So really, those are all the items we're seeking approval for, and would welcome questions and comments.
All right, thanks, Nick. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? Nope. All right, commissioners. We asked for some things and we got them. Commissioner Henningsen.
Hey guys, this application is great. Really appreciate the extra effort you guys put into showing original state, what we originally approved, and what your changes are. So great job. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did have a couple of questions. I may get the slide number wrong, but could we go to, it's either 291 or 292. I want to see the window C. This one. Okay. So question for you. Is that the metal, is there metal awnings at the very top of those two doors?
Proposing them, yes, just for, I guess, a little bit of, rain shelter and to tie the building in a little thematically.
Okay.
There are not.
Yeah, I'm definitely. Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious what the other commissioners will say. They just look kind of odd being so high up there. It's like a hat on a giraffe or something. But anyhow, thank you for that. Can we go back to, can we go to the clear story slide number 292, please? Okay. Are these windows the same material as all your other storefront windows?
They will be, yes.
They will be? Okay, thank you. The brick, do you plan on, I'm assuming, we don't allow painted brick. I'm assuming that this is just going to be unpainted brick, is that right? Or are you requesting painted brick?
I think we would request to paint it just so it matches the rest of the building. I mean, certainly, I guess something we could discuss, or if there's another material. I mean, I think it'd look odd if the brick was just not thematic with the rest of the property. Since it's been painted before, our goal is to repaint it all and get it. I mean, it's hard to tell from the photos, but it's pretty dingy.
Nicholas, we would want to match the existing painted brick.
Yeah.
Just for consistency's sake.
Okay, so I just want to point out in the application, there's no mention of painting the brick. And knowing that we prohibit painting brick, and then has to get approval, I'm assuming that's something you guys would come back for later?
I mean, we certainly can, or we may just ask you if y'all could discuss that and add that to a motion if it's something you would support. I think that'd be our preference.
Okay. Okay. I just want to point out that we prohibit painted brick. Let me get through my other questions. The last one. I forget the elevation. It had to do with people swapping out door windows, like two window, one door. Can we get to that real quick?
.303, and it's not highlighted in red. It's right here.
Okay, no worries. So, what was approved before on this one?
So what was approved before was on 288.
288, okay.
No, hold on. $290. $290 is what was approved before. And then 302 is what they're proposing.
Okay.
.303 is what they're proposing. So I'm going to zoom in on 303. They have the existing openings are dotted.
Got it.
And those were originally going to be, the doors were slid over to be in those original openings. And then they had two windows in the center. So all three original openings are going to be infilled on the back.
And which elevation? That's the rear elevation, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So
The rear-
not
the
visible
rear-
from the street.
Right, the rear elevation of 1513.
Okay. And what was in the place, the openings that are being bricked in, what was in the place of those before? Was it windows? Was it plywood?
It was brick. Well, so to be clear, the rear of this is what was approved previously was a new constructed wall.
Yeah.
So it's all fictitious, I guess, so to speak, anyways, if that helps.
Got it.
That does help.
That does.
Yeah, I think it's shown best maybe on slide 284. No, hold on. Slide 278. So you see the original building kind of ends back here, and they demonstrated that this was sort of a tacked on terrible addition.
Yeah.
And so this new rear elevation, it's all new construction.
Okay. Got it. Fictitious wall like that. Okay.
Yes.
No, great. I'm good, but Christy, I mean, can we discuss painted brick even though it wasn't part of the application when we get into deliberations, or how does that work?
I mean,
provide any sort of.
Christy, can you speak into the mic?
Sorry, I had it off. They, I think you can deliberate on that because they're wanting to match what's there and
Yeah,
based on
unifying.
the guidelines and unification. But then there's also the guideline on differentiation. So it really is, it can be a discussion with the commission because this is
Okay.
new construction. Mhm.
Got it.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. No more questions.
I was going to say, I thought we could paint brick if it was unifying the, yeah, and I couldn't find it in the guidelines, and I know it's there, but, okay, Chris Mern?
This might be more of a question for Christy. On that new wall that we just referenced, what do we have for that? Is that to be painted brick as well? So
Yes,
we just talked about in plan that where there's the 2 windows and 2 doors, now going down to 1 window and 2 doors. Is that wall to be painted?
That's an excellent question.
Yes, it is, and I know, this is Nick, I know that it's been a while, but when we originally discussed the rear of this building, that's what we proposed, because I think there was some back and forth on wanting to match the material to the existing, i.e. brick as opposed to block, because I think we were always proposing this brick, but I think originally there weren't renderings and some other things, so the question came up, is this block, is it brick, what is it? So we clarified that it would be brick, but then also had a discussion around painting it white so that it did match the rest of the building. So I know that's been, I don't even know, a year or more now. So
Sounds
yeah,
good.
I think that's why we were assuming. I think we were assuming we not only could paint the brick on the clear story, but that it would be suggested that we do, so it didn't look odd.
Yep.
I thought so, but I can't find it. Preamble. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, any other questions? Before we close for deliberation? Going once, going twice? All right, let's close. So PJ, Christy found the place in our guidelines which speaks to unifying brick with paint. It's 5.8 in the introduction. Hold on. Painting may be considered if documentation shows it will unify disparate parts of the building, provided the disparate work is not of one's own doing. So that speaks to that point. Commissioner Heineman?
I was actually just going to speak to Commissioner Henningson's question about the canopies really quick. I do agree that at the height that they're shown, they're not exactly protecting us from the rain, but I think the canopies serve multiple purposes in that location. It's more obvious in the rendering of that side, Christy, if you can find that. I think what they really do is they identify the point of entry to orient the visitors to the building. And so I'm fully in support of them. I do think if I was standing under the tall one, I would get soaked in a rainstorm, but at least I would know where the door was after I parked my car. So.
And for the court reporter, that's slide 283.
Okay, PJ, any thoughts about what Jessica said or about the painted brick or? You're on mute, PJ. So we can't hear all the wonderful things
Thank
you're
you.
saying. Yeah.
It may have been good, but no, that Jessica, that makes sense to me from an awning perspective. Absolutely, it marks the entrance of the door. This picture is it's extremely helpful. Not quite as giraffe with the hat, I think was my really bad joke that I used before is on the other diagram. I would like to say I prefer for us to make a decision on the painted brick, if at all possible, just to save them from coming back and saving another slot in the agenda for somebody else at a future meeting. Just my sense.
I'm with you on that, PJ.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, they've done everything we've asked. So, I would make a motion to, well, let's not get to the motion. Let's talk about the painted brick. With that back wall, yes, I agree that the brick should be painted because it would unify the structure per guideline 5.8. Clear story, I could go either way. It would unify the structure. It would unify the structure by painting the clear story, and the clear story is minimally visible from the street as well.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a slightly different take on this, so to Jessica, and I think that we need to come up with something a little bit more because we regularly deny single-family residential applicants for added additions with painted brick. I think what this is, and I think it's most obvious in the photos of the existing conditions where you can see the CMU addition that is not original. I don't know if you can find those, Christy, but I would consider this measure a corrective measure. I think you just passed it.
It's on his option B window or door or opening B.
That was it. Go back one. Okay, this is slide 285. You can sort of see it in opening B there. Whoever said that, thank you so much. But I would say that for me, the justification of allowing painted brick is because this addition is correcting a massing that was not historic. Preserving the footprint of the historic building, but correcting a non-conformance.
So, Jessica, you're saying that would be your reason for allowing them to paint the brick?
Yeah, I think it's a completely different situation than when someone comes to us with an addition to a single family residence that's new construction and they want to paint brick. This is a totally different situation, right? There's a non-conformance on the historic structure that the applicant is correcting, and therefore the paint is unifying the structure because of the correction to the non-conformance.
So we just need to add that to the motion, is what you're saying?
For consistency, yeah, because we regularly deny this with, you know.
Okay. Any other thoughts? It sounds like there's a motion to be made. We agree that they've done everything that we've asked. And Jessica, you came up with a very smart way of justifying the painted brick on the clear story.
So he's going to make that motion. Making a motion. Okay, actually, maybe PJ, you do it. You've been keeping better notes.
I don't know about that, but let's throw it out there and see. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as written, and I would like to include approving the painting of the brick on the clear story, as well as the rear elevation of. Somebody help me out. The building number, was it 1513?
1513.
Of 1513, because painting the brick will unify the CMU or non-historic additions with the historic building.
That sounds great, PJ. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, well then let's take a vote, shall we? As soon as I find my sheet. Okay. Well, I cannot find it. Let's just do it this way. All right, Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman. Commissioner Heineman.
Sorry, I said yes. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you now. Okay, Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Perotti, yes. 7-0. The motion to approve is passed.
Hey, this is Nick.
Congratulations, Nick, to you and your wife.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I just want to thank all of you for your time and dedication to the historic district.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Go have a
Congratulations.
baby.
Congratulations.
Have a great day.
Congratulations.
Bye.
All right.
So we are.
Maybe Jim Jordan could get some type of babysitting rate with Nick. I don't know.
A bundle package.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right. So now we're heading to number 9 on our agenda.
Kathy, are you with us?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
We can. We're going to have you get sworn in by our chairman.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, Ms. Cox. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you.
The next application
My
is
name?
for an addition
You
and
want to do name and
access.
address, Christy?
Not quite yet. I'll do that. Oh, not quite yet. I'll do an intro and then I'll turn it over to you. Okay, so the application is for an addition and accessory building. And this is a 1-story house at the edge of the Wesley Heights district. And what's unique about this particular property is that it was moved to this lot in 1994. So it was moved right prior to the Wesley Heights Local Historic District being established. There are very few original distinguishable features on this house. It's wrapped in vinyl. It has vinyl replacement windows. It looks like the front porch is probably a later addition as well. And what the applicant is seeking to do is put on a new front porch and also put on a small rear addition and then take advantage of the deep lot that I'm pointing at in slide 316. And the lot slopes down and back. And at this back corner, she would like to put in an accessory dwelling unit because of the size limitations of the main house. So at this point, I'm going to turn the application over to Kathy. Kathy, before you get started, if you would state your name and address.
Sure. It's Kathy Cox, and the address is 979 Shoal, SCHOEL Drive, Atlanta, Georgia.
Great. Thank you, Kathy.
Decatur, Georgia, technically.
And take it away.
Okay. So just by way of introduction, just really quickly, my name is Kathy Cox. I am the homeowner. I'm relocating to Charlotte from Atlanta with SunTrust now Truist, and I fell in love with the Wesley Heights neighborhood. I just love it. It's a great location, awesome diversity. As was shared, 405 Heathcliff was built in the 50s and moved to Wesley Heights. It's kind of got a very strange history, and it is non-contributing. As was stated, it is unfortunately not a lot of character to the home. It's a little under 1,000 square feet, so it was a tiny house before they were cool. And so just a quick overview on the proposed work before we dive in. So number one, I need a place to put my cars that is not in front of the house. As you can see on the right in the upper left corner here, the driveway literally just sits in front of the house, as do my cars, which is problematic for me. I just don't like the way that looks. I also would like a bonus space for my exercise equipment that I don't use, a beer fridge that I do use, and a place for visitors to stay without being harassed incessantly by my 2 dogs, which will inadvertently start barking at some point during my presentation. As I mentioned, the house is really small, so the addition that was referenced is to add a sunroom/screen porch off the back to be able to enjoy that fresh air without bugs, and also allow for a place to put a dining table for dinner guests, because at this point I've redone the inside and I have a really awesome island that can seat 4 comfortably, but pushing beyond 4 gets problematic. The fence along the 4th Street extension, I would like for that to be filled in. There's gaps in the fence. You can see through into the yard. I would also like to pull that fence flush with the front of the house along that 4th Street extension. And finally, as referenced, you can see in the pictures, the current siding is truly tragic and needs to be replaced. And through the work I've done on the interior, I can attest that there is nothing under the current siding up to and including insulation. So that's fun. And I want to replace that with hardy plank siding. So the project has multiple components, and it's pretty much going to touch all sides of the current house as shared, just replacing the siding. And I will also put out there that I'm a banker. I'm not an architect or a builder. I will do my best to walk you through the slides and answer any questions you have. So on the next slide, following the template, we've got the adjacent structures. I'm on the corner, as shared earlier. I'm on 4th Street and 4th Street Extension in Heathcliff. I've included my neighbors, so I don't have anybody to the left of me, but to the right of me, I have Holly and Johnson in a rather large newer construction at 407 Heathcliff. That's right next to me. And then across the street, 404 Heathcliff, right across the way. So very different structures between the two. On the next slide, you'll see the existing and proposed site plan. You'll see the driveway. There's the extension that I talked about, being able to pull the cars through, having that 2-car garage, and then the porch to the left, along with a deck, which is basically the way for me to get from the garage up to the house and into the house. Next slide. Okay, so moving into the front elevation of the current house, you see the modification of the porch, or as I like to say, make it look a little less country. So bringing in some elements from the neighborhood and just kind of squaring it off a bit and having it a bit more, I feel more, not necessarily contributing, but maybe fits in a little bit better with the neighborhood. On the next slide, we'll move into the front elevation of the new garage. So we've got here, I've gone back and forth around whether it should have a door on the front of the garage. It's like, depends on the day and my mood, seems like. But so from the garage perspective, double doors. And again, you would have that bonus space in the upstairs area with stairs coming where basically where that window is. Beer fridge, in case you're interested, would be right next to that window. All right, on the next slide, we move into the left side view of the home and the addition. So this is the porch. So it's about 320 square feet enclosed porch. It's got a wall here. Mostly, I had all windows and decided from a security perspective after staying in the house a few weeks that I might want to have a little bit less windows up front where the TV area is going to be, and then keep the windows that wrap around, you'll see on the back view for that dining area. So a little modification there right before we submitted. So 320 square foot enclosed porch. And this would be running along 4th Street. So you've got Heathcliff in the front and you're running along 4th Street Extension right now. On the next slide, we move into, and I apologize, I followed the template, so it was like I'm bouncing from house to garage. It was a little, it's just a lot of different pieces, parts, but we move to the left side of the new garage, and again, that would be facing the 4th Street Extension. You've got a door here that allows me to come in and out of the garage because there will be a fence running along the driveway. Probably, I've gone back and forth with an architect. I think it'll be a little bit shorter, that fence, because I feel like it's looks a little odd being so tall, but that door allows you to come in and out with the awning above. It will not be a cloth awning like the one that's currently on the house. Also tragic. All right, next slide. This will be coming into the rear view of the home. And so you see the windows, as I referenced earlier, that are wrapping around. You've got a little bit of a deck here just for a grill, and the door that will enter into the house. That door is currently a window, becomes a door. This allows for better flow. There will also be a door obviously coming off of the porch onto this deck, so you can have access to the deck itself. On the next slide, we move to the rear view of the new garage. Nothing overly sexy or exciting about this to me. This is just, and this will be backing up to the alley that exists behind the house, that runs behind the house, that's actually been enclosed, but so not really, nobody's really going to be seeing that, which makes me happy because I don't love it. Next slide. This will bring us around to the right side of the house. And so you can see, as I referenced earlier, this window that is right off to the left of the deck, that's currently the door and steps that come down. In order to allow the driveway to come through, that needs to become a window, and the door kind of flips to the other side facing that deck. You've got the porch straight across, and then new stairs coming down from that deck that you saw in the back view. On the next slide, this is the left side of the new garage. This would be facing the current garage at 407 Heathcliff. That newer construction also has a fairly large garage as well, and has a bonus space above it. Not finished, but it is an unfinished bonus space next to me. And slide 13 gets into the streetscape, the elevation views, or sorry, not 13, it's 329, apologize. 329 gets us into the streetscape elevations. You can see the first layer there is our existing. Second actually has kind of a view of where that garage hits from a roof line perspective. It is just below the current house's roof line because as Christy shared with you, it does go down. There is the yard comes down. So it sits in nicely and kind of nestles down there kind of out of the way, in my opinion, and not too obvious, which is what I want it to be. And then and then this one here, thank you, Christy. This is the side view. I couldn't remember if it was on there. This is the side view of the streetscape, just to kind of give you perspective on how it sits. And there will be a fence obviously running alongside of it, but in order to not obstruct the kind of visual of what it looks like, that is the side. All right. And on the next two slides, there are architectural details that I lifted from the current drawings. Walking through that typical window surround detail, the corbel detail, front entry, small wood bracket detail. This is way more detail than I, as a non-architect or builder, can get into, but it looks good to me. So hopefully it looks good to y'all. On the next slide, we cover more brackets. Coming out of conversation with Christy and team, kind of pushing for a little bit more detail. This is what the architect came back with. And other details, there's a current roof on it. It's asphalt shingles, and so the construction would match match those shingles. The house siding to be the horizontal reveal. The artisan, I think, is what it's called, hardy plank. And the garage will match the house. Whatever the house is, the garage will be from a windows perspective and from a siding perspective, because I need it to all match and not look mismatched. And then in the next slides are the appendix. And throughout the appendix, this is kind of the homeowner's way of expressing the project, right? So it's just kind of, here's some words describing what actually the work is. And then the next few slides, it's actual pictures with arrows pointing out, and there go my dogs, apologize, pointing out just where the different impacts are of the project. So thought that might be helpful from a reference perspective as well. And one other thing to call out, if you can stop back here, one more, Christy, and then I will open it up for questions. These Leland cypresses, this first one, this guy, he does not look very healthy. I'm going to have someone come out and check him, but my intent actually, if I can keep them, I would like to keep them, but they are not great looking trees. Would actually, if they're in the way, like to take them out and actually move this tree line up further, because today, the way I come out of my house, when I open my door, I'm pretty much in Holly and Johnson's deck next door, and there is nothing that kind of provides privacy between the two houses. So this really tall tree line is actually blocking their garage, which I guess is good if you don't want to see their garage, but it doesn't actually provide privacy between the two homes. So I would like to move that tree line up to have that more of a privacy feel than just a tree line.
Okay. Thanks, Kathy. Is there anyone here to speak or anyone on the line to speak for or against this application? Nope. All right, commissioners, questions for Kathy? Commissioner Barth.
I guess I'll start off since this was my project. I will say excellent presentation, by the way. Very organized and concise, and I will kind of follow some of Christy's comments on this, or the staff's comments on this, as they're outlined very well. The front porch, I guess you're drawing inspiration from a bungalow style on that. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. So what I asked him to do, because I love Craftsman, I love bungalows, so I do like that. And I asked him to look within the neighborhood to pull in the right details, because obviously I don't want to just drop a house. It's like it is currently right now, a house that just got dropped, literally, right? And so if you guys feel that this doesn't embody the right vibe, I'm certainly open to change. It just, I need that front porch to look a little less country, a little less Cracker Barrel.
Okay, and then as far as the foundation, if we go to the side elevation, Christy, and look at the addition, it appears that you have like 4x4s holding up this addition. I mean, are you all proposing that there's some sort of material to conceal the underside of that addition, or is this just meant to be open?
No, I do want to close it, but I've struggled with what the right look, and was hoping that could work with staff on that, because it's definitely not going to be anything like lattice, because I've seen that. But getting kind of like maybe smooth wood or kind of horizontal wood running across, I just want to make sure it fits with the house. So it will, all of that rambling to say, it will be covered, it won't be open. It's just a question of what's the best thing to cover it with that doesn't look like it's, you know, jutting up against the house and doesn't really match. I need things to match. Yeah.
All right. And if you will, do you know your height on your garage to the ridge? To the top of the garage roof from the ground?
I do, but I don't want to quote it without looking at it to make sure I get it right. So give me 1 second. There's a drawing that shows the two. Oh, goodness. To the ridge. Okay, so I'm reading sideways. Oh my God, and my eyes are horrible. 22, so this is from the ground to the ridge.
Yes.
For the garage. Okay, it is 22 feet 6 inches.
Okay, and then can you give me the ridge of the house to the front yard, if you have that?
Ridge of the house to the front yard. I'm sure I do. Give me 1 sec.
Actually, Chrissy, this may be on the Zotwell survey, if one was performed.
Sorry, I'm trying to scan through images on the PDF, and it's not really intuitive for me. Hold on. No, that's not it.
So the Zotwell.
Sheet B7 of the architectural drawings might be helpful.
Thank you.
It's not exactly the answer, but it's a.
Gotcha, okay. I think those are all my questions for the applicant at this point.
Okay, any other questions?
And if I may just note that we were looking at slide 344.
Okay. So we had Commissioner Thorett. Any other commissioners have questions for the applicant? Okay. Why don't we close for deliberation? All right. Chris, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about a few things. Overall, I think the addition is in scale with the house, is an American small house. The size of the garage and scale is getting there as well, but I think it can work due to the fact that it's on a downward sloping lot and it's towards the back of the lot. Christy brought up a good comment in her notes about the setback of a potential ADU being required per zoning to be 15 feet versus 3 feet off the rear line, that might be something that the applicant would like to look into or would have to check. And as far as the styling of the new porch, per section 3.22, I think it might help for the applicant to look at certain characteristics that make the American small house what it is. I would imagine that this porch would need to respond to that style in some way versus, I appreciate her taste for the bungalow style, but I just don't think it works, especially for such a visible element on the front of the house. The addition is a little better. I think I might go to a closed soffit on that versus an open soffit. Again, just to respond to the style of the American small house and what we see on the existing structure. Same for the front door. We'd probably want to see more of a front door that's mid-century in styling to complement the existing house features. Second last note on the main house. If you go to section, I think it's 4.4 on foundations, instead of having an open air stick foundation on this, I think we'd probably rather see a brick curtain wall at the very least system underneath this in order to give the base of the house and the addition the appearance of more mass. Moving on to the Christy, you put a note in there about the disappearance of a roof rake and overhang right there. A lot of times we'll do additions where the addition wall is offset from the existing wall ever so slightly, just to provide a differentiation between the addition and the existing house, so that the form of the existing house can be maintained and remain visible. And then, this is also to provide the ability to remove the addition if it's desired in the future. I think offsetting that wall of the addition on this elevation that we're looking at now would help in maintaining that. Onto the garage. Actually, one other thing that Kathy mentioned, the fence. I don't know necessarily that I would move that fence on this elevation towards the front of the house. If I'm not mistaken, that fence on the right-hand side is far up, being on the corner lot. I think providing that visibility to the structure adds, a level of interest on that corner lot. I don't know if any of the other commissioners have an opinion. As for the garage, might take a look at section 8.9, maybe number 3. I'm okay with the styling of it, actually. I'd be curious to see what other commissioners say. It's not so overly bungalow. It's a new construction. It's in keeping of, different homes that we see in this district. The one thing I will mention is in massing is the dormer on the back. We'd probably like to see that exterior wall pushed in just, a foot or so, just to give a little bit of visible interest in on that back elevation. And that's all I have.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. All right. Any other comments from the commissioners? Anyone? Commissioner Heineman?
Commissioner Barth covered most of my comments, so I will be brief because I thought he was spot on. The one thing I would say is the the reading of the addition as a sunroom, I think, is a really strong one. The massing of it, I agree with Commissioner Barth, is in proportion to the small house. I think that what the applicant is trying to accomplish really will be better accomplished with the note about having corner columns. And I think when we have these shared jams that have little tiny pieces of horizontal siding kind of patched in between the trim, that's really where it starts to look a little bit odd and out of place contextually. So I think if we can look at the rear elevation, this is perfect. Christy, can you say the slide number? I can't see it on mine.
Slide 343.
343. So if we're looking at the rear elevation of this addition, I think adding the corner columns will actually push the windows just barely slightly closer together so that we can just have a trimmed out shared jamb and a common header. And then if we match that around the corners, we can just match that detail with a trimmed out common shared jamb and a common header. I think it's going to accomplish what the applicant is looking for programmatically and also be a little more consistent stylistically with the neighborhood. I obviously don't see the Easy Breeze system in the drawings, but they are currently prohibited in the district. So I think we need to go on record with that. And I think that's everything on my notes, actually. Chris covered the rest of it.
All right. Thanks, Jessica. Anyone else? Well, it sounds like both Commissioner Barth and Hyman have been very detailed about this particular application. Do one of you, either one of you, want to make a motion?
Guess that would be me.
Yeah. Well, it sounded like you had already made one, Chris. So.
Can I just say what I said previously?
Did I?
Yeah, did it.
Well, Kenzie might want you to say it again.
Yeah. I'll try to cover all the points, Jessica, if you would, since you're probably a little more organized than me. If you will just add something to what I say if I leave something off. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application. One, for the restudy of the front porch and front door to be more in keeping with the stylistic cues of the house and the mid-century design. Two, this would be, do I need to reference guideline numbers? Christy?
That would be really helpful.
This would be in section 3.22. Also in reference to 3.22, we would like the applicant to study the windows on the addition to the rear of the house to resemble an enclosed porch style, utilizing mold windows with trim and corner column details. We would like the applicant to explore more of a traditional foundation under the addition to either a brick or masonry foundation wall that provides massing underneath the addition. That would be, oh, I lost that one.
6.9.
6.9. Would that also be 4.4?
Maybe. Yeah. Yes, 4.4.
Okay. Let's see. What else did I have?
Sorry, you talked about the closed soffits versus the open.
Yes, yes. Same for 3.22. Currently have shown exposed soffits with exposed rafter tails. I think we probably want to look at more of a closed soffit detail for this, again, in keeping with the stylistic cues of the house, 3.22.
Do you want to mention something about the ADU? Because if it has to come in further, if it has to come 15 feet off the rear of the property, then it's probably going to sit higher.
Yeah.
I don't know that this is our jurisdiction because there's some exception in the ADU section of the ordinance. It's in chapter 12 about if there's garage parking inside. That's something they need to deal with zoning, and if it does change the location, then it needs to come back to us, but I don't know how much detail we should go into about it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's something staff can work with the applicant on.
There's also, I think, because isn't there an alley behind this one? I think there's, some allowances with that, but anyway.
Yes. Hey, Chris, can I ask you just one question before you move forward?
Yeah.
You keep referencing 3.2 number 2.
It's 3.22. It's about American Small House.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, 3.22.
Thank you.
You also mentioned fencing, Chris, and the dormer that needs to be pushed in.
Yes. We would request that
as well as offsetting the addition so that the original house form can be recognized.
Oh boy, I hope I'm not going to have to regurgitate this again. We would also like to see a restudy of the left elevation. Yeah, left elevation with the addition stepping in from the existing wall a matter of 6 to 12 inches. On the ADU, we would like to see the dormer also step back on the shed dormer on the rear of the ADU. We would like to see that step back 12 inches or more from the exterior lower wall below it. And we would also request that the applicant maintain the existing fence line from the left elevation as seen from 4th Street on the corner.
Okay. Candy, do you need that repeated? Do you? It will be
Can we add two things? Can we add that the Easy Breeze is not approvable if it's being proposed, and that the porch floor material should be tongue and groove?
Yes. Easy Breeze will not be approved for this project. Only approved windows per HTC staff and our guidelines. And porch floor to be decking, not tongue and groove.
Other way around.
To be tongue and groove, not decking.
And just on the front porch, right? Not on the back deck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And because you did such an amazing job, Commissioner Barth, if you will, please, we'll give you a second to get it all together, but if you'll repeat it for our court reporter, that would be great.
All right, hold on, give me a moment.
Okay, absolutely.
While Chris is organizing that, I'll go ahead and second it.
Okay, all right, seconded by Jessica in the future.
All right, let me see if I can do this. All right, I'd like to make a motion to continue this application. One, per section 3.22, the front porch, front door as proposed to be restudied to be in keeping with the American small house style, as well as the addition to be in keeping with the style, including the windows to be molded together to read as an enclosed porch with column and beam details on the corners, as well as an enclosed soffit versus an open soffit. And the left elevation addition wall to be offset from the existing house wall by 6 to 12 inches. Let's see. Per section 6.9 and 4.4 would also like to see masonry foundation underneath the addition versus open air. Would like to deny any use of Easy Breeze product on this application with windows to be approved by staff. Would like to indicate that we are requesting T&G flooring on the front porch only versus decking. We'd like the main fence line on the left elevation in the front yard to stay the same in the same location.
Offsetting addition.
I think I mentioned that already. But the addition will be offset per 7.2 number 3, I believe. You know, could speak to that if you want to reference something. As for the ADU in the rear of the yard, we would request that the applicant offset the shed dormer on the rear elevation of the ADU at least 12 inches from the wall below it on the main floor.
And that's such a beautiful motion.
Holy cow.
Jessica, Jessica, you're seconding?
I am. Chris, did we catch the clustered windows in the sunroom? I think you did. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I believe so.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
motion made by Chris Barth, seconded by Jessica Heineman. Any discussion? All right, let's take a vote. Chris Barth,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Jill Walker, PJ Henningsen,
Yes.
Chris Marin, Jessica Heineman,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Sorry, yeah, 7-0.
Great.
Thank you so much, Kathy.
I'd like to note for the record that Commissioner Walker is leaving the meeting, and that will make us lose quorum for item number 12, 712 East Tremont, due to a recusal that's needed. So I just want everyone to know right now that if you're on the call for 712 East Tremont, it will not be heard tonight. We will hear it at the beginning of the November meeting, which is November 18th. Do we need a break? Are we ready?
We're gonna get through this.
Okay.
Let's push.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
We only- yeah.
our next application, application number 10 has been withdrawn by the applicant. And so we are going to move on to application number 11, which is 2409 Charlotte Drive. Let's see, and Angie and Leah, are you on the call?
I'm here.
Wonderful. Kim, would you please swear them in? I believe, Angie, you've been sworn in.
Yes.
I will. Okay. So if you would, please raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, this next application is for front porch changes at 2409 Charlotte Drive. There is an existing.
Wait a minute, I have to go. All right, I'll
There's an existing front porch on this house. This house has a recessed front entry and a very small front patio. And you can see it here on slide 366, the recessed entry, very small front patio. What the applicant is seeking to do is to expand this under the triple window to the left
And the driveway is just outside the frame on this the top left photo. And so the front patio will extend. There's no roof proposed. And then there will be a small walkway that will connect the new extended front patio to the driveway. And that's all clearly visible here on slide 368, which is the site plan. And you can see they're extending it, adding a walkway connector to the driveway. The only thing keeping this from a consent agenda item is the material use, because these open air porches are very prevalent on the style of house, which has slate Tudor and small house elements. But, bluestone has not traditionally been approved on front porches in the past. And so they are here to request that the commission approve both the extension of the front patio and the material. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Angie and Leah. And if you would both please state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Angie Lauer, 925 Pine Forest Road in Charlotte.
Thank you. Leah?
And Leah Long at 2409 Charlotte Drive.
Thank you. Angie, please let me know what slide you would like to begin.
Okay, bear with me one second. I'm going to try to open up the application online.
Okay.
All right, wonderful. So let me just start by saying that when we approached this project, we thought it was a very, very simple extension of a front stoop, not a porch. As Christy had said, there's no roof. The current porch or the current stoop is brick border with concrete. However, over the years has been repaired, damaged, painted. It's become very slick. And so Leah had requested that we make it a little bit longer to connect to the left side of the property with the driveway. So being that there already is the brick bulkhead for the stairs. So Christy, if you can go to the slide where it indicates, yes. So slide number 366, looking from the driveway, there is a brick bulkhead currently, but the steps were poured concrete. I think somewhere over time, the original stoop had been replaced because there is evidence of original brick. Also, the unique part of this house, which is not part of this application, but I think is important, that it was brick and somebody covered it with vinyl. So the whole house is brick, and you could tell by the depths of the windowsills. So brick was a material that is there. You could see it slightly on the where it says AT&T or ADT security. You can see the brick foundation of this house. So what we want to do is add a brick row lock stoop with a flagstone, bluestone surface, horizontal surface. And what we've done is gone through a mile radius of Leah's house, and there's more than 22 different homes of all different periods that have a bluestone or a flagstone, a slate surface. The one classic example that we have is at 1922 Hewing, which if you were to go to the next slide, Christy, okay, so slide 370. 1922 Ewing is probably one of the closest ones where I know there's a porch to the left, but the stoop is brick with an inlay stone. And that's the cleanest example that we can provide as a surface material. We're not talking about a vertical element, but a horizontal surface. There are other multiple locations that were provided. I think we provided 20-something locations within a few blocks that had a stone walkway, stone stoop surface. So we're really coming to you for the material change, not necessarily the size or configuration of the stoop. Because I believe if it wasn't for that material, it could have been consent agenda or staff approved. Christy, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct. Staff can't approve it because it's on the front, but it would have been consent agenda.
Okay.
And if you will look at slide 370, we did find pictures from the archive from 2012 before the front porch was renovated at 1922 Ewing that show it with a brick, original brick front stoop.
Okay.
So, yeah. And then the pictures, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You gave me 5 addresses with pictures, which were included.
Yes.
So, and these are on slide 369. I apologize for 2137 Dilworth Road East. That is a stone with a brick border. I do not know what happened to that photo. And then I included the applicant's photos from the rear as well, the rear patio. And I think, Angie, correct me, I think part of the reason is the applicant is trying to provide some continuity between the rear patio and the front stoop.
That is correct. So what slide is that, Christy? Because I cannot see it. 371.
It's 371.
Yes. So slide 371 is the rear patio of the house, where you can actually see some of the brick wall and the bluestone surface. So I think that's it, unless Leah would like to add as the homeowner.
I don't know that I have anything else to add. I'm not sure I understand why bluestone can't be considered. That's never really been explained. And if not bluestone, what other stone would you recommend? I know Christy had mentioned brick, but if you wanted to do something other than brick, you know, what do you recommend?
Well, we will get to that, but first let's find, outside of your question, Leah, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, I think Angie has presented what we would like to do. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? Okay. No. So I'll kick off this part of it. It's to answer your question, Leah. Bluestone is so beautiful and it looks great on your back patio. In our guidelines 8.2, number 7, it's very clear in why we can't use bluestone. It says repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving in color, size, texture, and finish. Ensure any new paving material is compatible with the character of the context of the project. And so that's why bluestone isn't allowed. And even the pictures or the properties that are being used as precedent for the bluestone being used on your property, either it was done outside of the district or outside of our current guidelines. And so it makes it a little difficult to go against that. As far as other materials that you can use outside of brick, there's concrete and broken terracotta. So that's where we are. Commissioners, any other feedback you want to give to Leah and Angie?
May I add something, if it's okay, Kim? So if you
Yes.
go back to the front porch, and I'll make this very brief. So the photos of the front, if you could see the slide 360, 366, that concrete that's there, I'm not sure is original. because there is a definite disconnect between the brick bulkhead that you can see on the right and the concrete steps. So concrete is probably not a material of choice to go back here. But we do want to have the brick Roloc as a surface material so that if the landscaping was not there, it would be continuous as a stoop with the materials that are under this vinyl, so that if anyone were ever to restore this, that the brick was a continuity on the face of the stoop, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Thank you for that, Angie. Commissioner Heineman?
I think my comment is not a question. It's probably for discussion later.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for the applicant, commissioners? Going once, going twice? All right, let's close for deliberation. Jessica?
I guess I'd just like to submit, this is nearby my house, and I am, walking and biking around the neighborhood all the time. There's just a real dominance of stone in this part of Dilworth. I mean, every block, about half of the features and hardscape or in details are in stone, and about half of those are historic. I mean, on any given block, I could walk down and take a lot of photos of these types of details. So it doesn't feel contextually inappropriate to me, just because it's such a dominant feature in this part of Dilworth.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion? This seems, Jessica, you're the architect, and just based on what I've read and even the notes that we got, it's going to be hard for me to say yes to the materials, but it would be nice to maybe float a motion, because I don't think it requires a lot of discussion for this one.
I mean, I think the question is whether, we used to have some sort of a clause where we could replace architectural details with approvable materials in kind or something. I don't know if we still have a specific clause like that, but if it was, can staff speak to that? We used to have something like that. If we believe that the current stoop and steps are not original, which I think is true if there's a gap, because on a brick home you would have built it in a monolithic manner, then what allowances do the guidelines have for replacing non-original elements with generally approvable materials? And then I guess we should decide if this is generally approvable or not.
Sure. So, first of all, it's up to the applicant to show that it's not original. And second of all, typically if things are beyond repair and replace, they need to go back with what is appropriate for this style of house and what would be originally appropriate for the style of house to be in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. I'm highly sensitive, I will admit, to bluestone on the front because the commission has recently denied it on various projects on front porches. 2015 Dilworth Road East immediately comes to mind. And because it's a modern material that's, while perfectly appropriate for a rear yard, is not a historic material that you would have seen on a modest house like this for a front patio. The applicant has shown, I believe it is 2325 Charlotte Drive, which is also a similar style, has Tudor-esque. It was originally a broken terracotta tile with a brick Roloc. My suspicions are that that is what was here originally, or the concrete was original. But, it is a Secretary of Interior standards that conjectural features or materials should not be added. And so that's where the staff recommendation is coming from.
All right. So now that you all have that additional material, or we've had it, but now that Chrissy's walked us through that, anyone want to make a motion? Come on, guys, we're almost at the end.
So this is PJ. So, I mean, if I were to make a motion, my motion would be, I would approve the widening of the front porch, but to deny the bluestone material because it's incongruous.
And if you were to make that motion, would there be a second?
Yes.
Okay,
Seconded.
so you are
Thanks for
making
boosting
that,
my confidence, everybody.
so that means you're making it, huh?
Yeah, yes. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the widening of the front porch but deny bluestone as a material because it is incongruous with the neighborhood.
Are you going to second that, Jim?
Did, second.
Mm-hmm. Just a moment, PJ. Okay.
Yeah.
Into two different motions. So Christy's suggesting that we separate those out into two different motions since one is an approval and the other's a denial.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, PJ.
Yeah, okay. So motion number one, I would like to approve the widening of the front porch as designed.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. All right, any discussion of that motion? Let's do a roll call. Jessica Heineman.
Yes to the change.
Okay, Chris Marin,
Yes.
PJ Henningsen,
Yes.
Jill Walker, Jill's gone. Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. Chris Barth.
Yes.
All right, 6-0 to approve the widening of the stoop. All right, second motion, PJ?
My second motion is, and I want to make a motion to deny the use of bluestone on the front porch because it is incongruous with the neighborhood.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded, motion made by PJ, seconded by Jim Hayden. Any discussion of this motion?
Yeah, real quick, do we need to cite what Christy was talking about with the interior standards?
That sounds like a good idea.
Excellent. And maybe also congruity or incongruity with the architecture and building itself.
Is that good with you, PJ?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Still good with you, Jim? Okay. All right, so let's vote on that. Sure, the standards are on page 2.5, PJ, if you'll note that.
2.5. Okay. I'll repeat in a second.
Okay,
Okay, I would like to make a motion to deny the use of bluestone on the front porch because it is incongruous with the architectural style of the house and does not align to the Secretary of Interior standards number 2.5.
all right.
Second.
Motion made by PJ, seconded by Jim. Any discussion, further discussion of the motion? Okay.
This is Jessica.
Mhm.
I'm going to just cite 6.15, number 1, which reads, use compatible traditional materials such as brick, stucco, stone, and wood.
Okay.
Thank you. I was yeah, no, I approved that friendly amendment. I was scrambling to try to find that one too. Thank you.
Okay.
No, I'm actually backing up the fact that I'm not going to vote for your motion with 6.15, number 1, so you may not want to cite it.
PJ, when you get a moment, why don't you
looking.
restate your motion for all of us?
Okay. Again, I'm looking at my Microsoft Napkin chicken scratch. I want to make a motion to deny this application because bluestone is incongruous with the architectural style of the house and does not align to the Secretary of Interior Standards number 2.5.
Okay. And
I thought I already seconded that.
you just restated it, if you don't mind.
Second.
Wasn't he supposed to?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a stoop, though.
Well, it is a stoop, but 4.8 if you would want to.
Okay. Well, so let's read 4.8, PJ, in case you want to add that too. So it's all about porches.
Yeah. So 4.8, obviously, so 4.8 number 2, repair and replace only damaged elements of porches by matching materials and methods of construction.
I would say 8.2, number 7 also, because it is a store. Well, it's a sidewalk.
Yeah.
I think he's safe with just doing the Secretary of Interior Standards. Yeah. But PJ, you decide.
I'm just sorry for holding you guys up. I'm just looking at 4.8.
My point in that is that it's all about porches, and this isn't a porch.
Yeah, and 4.8 number 2 is an example. It's just repair and replacing damaged elements of porches, right? It doesn't really speak to, the incongruity of the materials. So I prefer to keep my motion as it stands.
Okay, and Jim seconded that. So let's do a roll call if there's no further discussion of the motion. Okay. Chris Barth?
Yes.
Jim Hayden?
Yes.
PJ Henningsen?
Yes.
Chris Mearn?
Yes.
Jessica Heinman?
No.
And Kim Parati, yes. 5-1. The motion passes. All right. Thank you, Leah and Angie. All right. So let's move on to our next.
Okay, so we have a recusal for number 12. So we will not be hearing that tonight. We will hear it in November. We're going to move on to number 13, which is 1533 Wickford Place. And Philip, I think Philip is on the call. Philip, are you there?
I am. I'm here.
Hi, Philip. Welcome. Is anyone else with you? Did Robin join?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think it's just me tonight.
Okay. Well, welcome. Philip, we're going to swear you in.
Okay.
Philip, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this next application is 1533 Wickford Place, and the applicant is the homeowner, and this is his current home that him and his wife are living in. They have lived in Wilmore for a number of years, I believe predating the local district, and Philip can correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
Okay, and they are seeking demolition. They have provided digital photos of the building, of architectural details, including windows and doors. We have a property survey and we have the Zotwall survey. Philip, if you would just, for the court reporter, please state your name and your address.
Yep, my name is Philip Ingram. The address is 1533 Wickford Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
And I forgot to mention before I turn it over to Philip, the house is on this unique pie-shaped lot on the corner of Wickford and Westwood. And then at the very rear, they have an existing garage building. The garage is not being proposed for demolition, but there's a small newer shed that they are planning to get rid of, but that's it's new construction. It's really not part of the decision tonight. So you are really only looking at the main building itself. Philip, do you want to walk us through the presentation?
Sure. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me this evening to walk through our demolition proposal. These next 9 slides are really just going to show the current condition of the home. So if you could go to the next slide. So this is just a straight front shot of the home. Again, a standard brick home that we have been in for at least 17 years, but it's been in the family since 1974. So we have been here for a long time via the family, the extended family. So you can go to the next slide. This is to the top right is right side, and then we have the left side. On the left side, the smaller piece on the side there was a new addition. I'm not sure when that was actually added, to be honest with you. I want to say this was prior to us taking ownership back in 1974, but that's a new addition to the historical house itself. But just wanted to show you both sides of the home. Next slide. This is the backyard. There's a lot going on here, and I think we do show some additional items later on. But as you can see to the right, where we have the yellow siding, that piece over there is really just an extension. The back porch was closed off a number of years ago, I do believe, in the 80s, to provide for laundry ability. So we do have some old equipment. There's some old antennas. There's a well. I think there's an oil well back here. There's just a lot of old materials back here that would need to go as well. Next slide. This is the garage that we mentioned. It won't be included in our proposal. Currently, this garage is a fairly deep garage. Goes all the way back to the back of the property. Probably can fit three cars easily. But given the new historical guidelines, we would essentially lose about 2/3 of this garage. So we currently plan on leaving it as standing for now. And we probably, once we get your approval for the demolition and we move on to new construction, we could probably talk about siding and matching and things of that nature. But as you see to the left of this garage is the small shed that was mentioned before. It's just storage. There's nothing significant in it. Actually, my father-in-law uses it more than I do. So there's no significance to it, and we plan to tear that down as well. Next slide. This is just a panoramic of the front of the house, showing a broad view of the house. Again, it's on the corner lot, and it's a unusual shape, a pie shape. So I just wanted to give you a view of the home itself. Next slide. Again, it's just more pictures of the front left, front right of the home itself. Next slide. This is just some views of the backyard. Again, you can see some of the equipment up against the back of the home that hasn't been used in decades. There's some wells in the ground that we'll show you later on. And again, you can see the garage and the shed there as well. Next slide. Here are some of the items that we're just pointing out that as part of this demolition would be removed. The shed in the back, the laundry the clothes hanging lines in the back. There's an old fence that technically, yeah, it's virtually falling over now. That would be removed. As you see, we circled some of the outdated equipment in the backyard, as well as the underground storage tank. I believe it's either oil or kerosene. I'm not sure, but again, it hasn't been used in decades. But it would need to be removed. Next slide. The next 5 slides here are just pointing out some of the architecture of the home. There's not a whole lot there. We can go to the next slide. Here's just the current state of the windows. Most of the windows themselves, at least from the inside, have been replaced. I think these were replaced late 90s, early 2000s, at least with some better energy efficient windows, but that's more on the inside. The outside wasn't touched. As you can see, there's a number of gaps and things here that we would need to deal with. And these windows, although we have newer windows from the inside pane perspective, there's still a number of gaps here that result in air loss and heat loss as well. Next slide. This is just the front door, just showing some of the current conditions of the front door. Again, just age here. The door itself obviously is newer. We put this door in, I want to say in 2005 maybe, but the current the door that was there before was essentially falling apart. The frame is somewhat warped around the brick at the top, as well as the side. So just wanted to show you that. Next slide. And then just some general architecture details as far as the porch, the semi-S design here, and the railings symmetrical on both sides. As you can see, the standard wood shutters, I mean, really a standard bungalow, but just wanted to point that out to you here. Next slide. This is just a view of the roof. The front view here is the addition piece on the left here. Just a smaller slope, shorter roof line here. And then we have some views from the top. Top right is just showing you the roof from the back. And then the bottom here is just showing you the garage roof as well as the shed roof. But just want you to get an aerial view of the roof. Next slide. The next 2 slides here are just really property surveys, which kind of lays out the current property and how the house lays on the property. It does include the offsets based on the current guidance and where that lies given our current home. This is streetscape, because this one I haven't seen yet.
Philip, I'll help you out on this one. We got this yesterday.
Okay.
Or Monday. I added it in for you. It's the streetscape. Yep.
I thought so. I know the guy was out here. He was out here a couple times. So here's a streetscape. Not a whole lot I can tell you about it because I'm just seeing it, but here's a streetscape for your consideration as well. Again, just some aerial views of the neighborhood. You know, I think this is probably Zillow. Here's just a view from the front of the house, showing how it looks from the front of the house above the house directly across the street. You can go to the next slide. From a 360 perspective, if we're looking out of the front door, this is going to be the right side of the house. And here, these 3 locations here, the top left is right beside us, technically behind us on Westwood. Then Westwood 324 Westwood is diagonally across from us, and then 320 is right next to it. So this is we're talking if we're thinking about a clock looking out the front door, this is, the 324 and 320 is really your 12 to 3 view from our house. And then the 317 is more of the 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock view. Next. Then we just have some more locations. Again, the 1542 Wickford Place, that's more of a 10 o'clock view from our house. And then the other 3 properties here are just general houses that are in the greater neighborhood. I think the idea here was just to show the varying architecture in the neighborhood, but not necessarily a direct view from our home. Although the ones on Park Avenue, I can see in the winter from my backyard, but currently I can't see it due to the vegetation. So next slide. These are just some elevation drawings that we had performed. They don't actually provide actual elevation metrics for you, but just again, some drawings just to again show you a different view of the home. You can go to the next section on this one. Left side, right side. Then again, the garage, showing the front and the depth of the garage. Next slide. And then just a summary of essentially what we just walked through of the house. So that's really the presentation for me. I'll be happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this application? All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant? Don't forget, we have our worksheet for demolitions. So do you think we have everything we need? Yes. All right. So based on our format for demolitions, who wants to take on step 1?
I move to determine that this application is complete with all the required documentation provided by the applicant.
Okay, Jim's made the motion. Is there a second?
Jessica, I second.
Okay, seconded by Jessica. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote on this. PJ Henningsen?
Yes.
Chris Meehan?
Yes,
Chris?
sorry about that. Yep.
It's okay. Chris Barth?
Yes.
Jessica Heineman?
Yes.
Jim Hayden?
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. 6-0. All right. Next one.
I would say move to determine that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Wilmore Historic District.
You state which of those things it meets.
Year of construction, architectural style.
Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Chris Barth?
The other one.
Chris Meehan? All right, thanks, Chris. All right, so motion made by Jim, seconded by Chris Meehan. Any discussion of the motion? All right, Jessica Hyman?
Yes.
Chris Barth?
Yeah.
Chris Meehan?
Yes.
PJ Henningsen?
Yes.
Jim Hayden?
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. Motion passes 6-0. All right, thank you.
I move to approve the project with 365-day stay of demolition on the building site due to its special significance, yada, yada, yada.
All right. Is there a second?
Second, Chris Murray.
Thanks, Chris. All right. Any discussion of the motion? All right. Jessica Heinman,
Yes.
Chris Barth,
Yes.
Chris Mirren,
Yes.
PJ Henningsen,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes, 6-0. Motion passes. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Philip. I'll get with you after the meeting, but basically you are approved for demolition and you can come back in 3 months with new construction plans.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for listening to us tonight.
Thank
Definitely
you so much,
appreciate
Philip.
this.
Thank you. So, okay, so it is 6:49 and we have one more case that is technically 14, 15, and 16 because it's multi-family.
Mhm. And it is my opinion that there is no way we're going to get through this application or give it the attention that the applicants need in less than 15 minutes. So my call is to call it and have it roll over into the November meeting.
And I would just like to remind everyone that the November meeting is a week later this year because Veterans Day is on Wednesday, November 11th, and the city is closed. So we have pushed the meeting back to Wednesday, November 18th.
Thank you. Thanks for the reminder.
Thank you. Yeah,
thank you.
We'll give you lots of reminders, everyone. The other thing we need to do is approve the minutes for July, both Julys, August and September.
All right, so who's gonna take on July? Okay.
Hey.
So Commissioner Hayton's cool with the first set of minutes in July. Is there a second?
Second.
Which Chris is that?
Barth.
You guys both sound the same.
You do. All right, seconded by Chris Barth. Any discussion of the motion? All right, Jessica Heinman. Jessica?
All right, can you hear me? Yes.
Now I can, yes. Chris Barth?
Yes.
Chris Mirren?
Yes.
PJ Henningsen?
Yes.
Jim Hayden?
Yes.
Kim Parati? 6-0.
What
All right.
about the called meeting on July
29th.
29th?
All right, July 29th. Who wants to make a motion on those minutes? Come on, somebody, please.
I wasn't there. Not sure I can vote on that.
No, you probably shouldn't. Okay. I have a solution.
Yes.
My solution is there are 12 commissioners and there are 12 meetings. And that I'm going to start assigning a commissioner and every commissioner is going to have to be in charge of a month.
I agree.
Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do I do that too? I can't.
Well, you can say that you've read it, you approve it, and you can delegate.
Sure.
To make a motion.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we were really spoiled with Commissioner Titus.
I
Yeah.
know, she took care of minutes for everybody.
And I mean, in all fairness, it is a long haul, right? And so we
It
get to the
is.
minutes and we're like, but I think that's
We are
fair.
very far behind.
Yes.
And it is, I will be assigning July, August, September, and October's, and we will maybe we can do July, August, and September's at the October 23rd retreat.
Yeah, that would be good.
To get us, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, everybody on board with that? Did you hear Christy? We all
I
get an
think she said
assignment.
we're punting, right? We're punting for a couple more weeks.
We're punting for a couple more weeks, and then we're all in the hot seat at some point.
Yes, and
All right,
we'll
let's do
we'll
it.
just assign you ahead of time. Basically, we're punting for a week and a half. With nothing else. Oh, I would like, Cindy did remind me, if we could just say, yes, we're reaffirming the vote about Oaklawn Park. I think since it's a business item, we do not have to be called to order, but it would be great just to put it on the record that we voted, we did it.
Okay. All right.
Anyway, if you could just.
So yes, we did affirm the vote to bring Oaklawn Park into the family.
Perfect, thank you.
right.
Okay, and with that, if you would close the meeting.
Okay, end of meeting. I don't know where my script is. No, no. I will freestyle it. So we have reached the end of the agenda at 6:54 PM.
There's no one left here to speak, and we are closing the meeting.
There is no one left here to speak, and we're all going home.
Thank you all so much. I know it's a long day, especially for y'all on video, so we really appreciate y'all sticking with us.
Thank you, guys.
I find that we approved
For the
6
record, we need to
projects.
be-
We approved 6.
Yeah.
We needed to get through more. We got lucky, everybody. We got lucky.
You guys did good. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.